I was never really the type of person who liked being out in nature. I didn't grow up camping or hiking or doing anything remotely close to outdoor living. I was a city person through and through. I liked traffic noise, late-night grocery stores, crowded sidewalks. But I also worked a stressful job in a crowded open office, and when I hit my breaking point, my manager suggested I take a leave. That was 6 months ago. I didn't plan on quitting, but I knew I had to get away from everything for a while. My cousin owned a cabin deep in the northern woods, about 4 hours outside of town, and it had been sitting empty for nearly 2 years. It wasn't anything fancy, just a one-bedroom wooden place surrounded by trees. No internet, no neighbors, just silence. He had used it as a hunting base, but he hadn't gone up there in years and said I could use it if I wanted. I figured it would be perfect for me to clear my head and finish some freelance work. I packed up my laptop, a bunch of food, some clothes, and whatever gear I thought I might need, and I drove up there one Friday morning. The drive was smooth at first, long, straight roads through farmland and the occasional small town. But the last hour was nothing but winding dirt roads through thick trees. There were no signs, no gas stations, no people. I remember feeling kind of uneasy as the trees closed in, but I kept going, checking the directions my cousin had written out by hand. Eventually, I found the small path that led off the main road toward the cabin. It was barely visible, just 2 tire tracks curving between the trees. The air changed as I drove in, heavier, quieter, like even the birds didn't make much sound out there. When I reached the cabin, it was late afternoon. The place looked just like the photos he had sent. A plain wooden building with a front porch, a small deck on the back, and 1 chimney. The windows were dark, and there was a stack of firewood piled on the side. I got out of the car and immediately noticed how quiet it was. No cars, no planes overhead, no voices. Just trees and the occasional rustle of wind. It was peaceful, but it also felt a little off, like I was somewhere I wasn't supposed to be. I unlocked the front door and stepped inside. The air was stale, and the cabin had a faint smell of old wood and dust. There was a small living room with a fireplace and a couch that looked about 30 years old. A short hallway led to the bedroom, which had a twin bed and a window facing the woods. The kitchen was just a corner of the main room, 2 cabinets, a sink, a propane stove, and an old fridge that only worked if the generator was running. There was no bathroom, just an outhouse about 30 yards behind the cabin. The first night, I settled in quickly. I cooked some pasta on the stove, got a fire going, and set up my laptop on the table. I didn't plan to start working right away. I just wanted to rest. I sat on the couch, wrapped in a blanket, listening to the crackle of the fire. It was the first time in months that I didn't hear traffic or people or phones ringing. Felt good. That night, I woke up around 2 a.m. and realized I needed to use the outhouse. The wind had picked up, and the trees outside groaned and creaked. I grabbed a flashlight and put on my boots, stepping carefully down the 3 wooden steps of the porch. As I walked toward the outhouse, the wind died for just a moment, and everything went silent. I remember standing still, wondering if I had heard something. A stick breaking maybe, or something moving in the trees. But it was just my imagination, I told myself. I used the outhouse quickly and rushed back inside. The next morning, I started working on my freelance project. It was a series of reports for a small research company. Nothing thrilling, but enough to keep me focused. I worked most of the day, stopping only to eat and stretch. I had no cell signal, and without internet, the distractions I usually fell into were gone. I finished more in one day than I usually did in a week back home. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I kept glancing out the windows. The trees stood still, but I felt like there was something just beyond them. I told myself it was just the change of scenery. By the 3rd day, small things started to feel off. I'd go to sleep and wake up to find the chair near the fireplace moved a little to the side, or a mug on the table turned a different way. At first, I thought maybe I had done it without thinking. I was used to living in a small apartment where everything stayed where I left it. I figured maybe I was just noticing normal things more. Still, I started locking the door at night and wedging a chair under the handle just in case. Then came the sounds. It started on the 5th night. I was in bed, reading one of the books I had brought, when I heard something outside. Not just the wind or a squirrel, this was heavier. Footsteps, slow, deliberate steps around the cabin. I held my breath, waiting, trying to listen. The sound circled the building once, then faded. I told myself it could be a deer. They wandered sometimes. But the next night, it happened again. And again. The steps always came after midnight, always circled once, then disappeared. I began leaving the outside lights on, but they didn't seem to make a difference. I even set a small pan of water outside near the back porch, hoping to catch some tracks in the morning. But nothing showed up. No footprints, no paw marks, just undisturbed soil. But the footsteps never stopped. They became routine, like some silent ritual that happened each night. I started staying up, trying to catch a glimpse through the windows, but I never saw anything. One morning, I went to check the firewood pile, and I noticed that one of the logs was missing from the top. It hadn't rolled off. It was gone. I counted the logs the night before. That night, I stacked a few large sticks in a specific pattern near the front step. The next morning, they were rearranged into a small triangle. It felt like someone was playing with me. I didn't know if it was a person or a group or what they wanted. I just knew someone was out there. I started keeping a knife with me at all times, even when I used the outhouse. I barely slept. Every creak of the floor, every rustle of the trees outside made my heart jump. I started thinking about leaving, but part of me didn't want to believe it was serious. Maybe it was just a hunter messing around. Maybe some kids. I didn't want to overreact. But then, something changed. It was the 11th day. I woke up late, feeling groggy and tense. When I walked into the kitchen area, I saw something that made my stomach drop. The back door was slightly open. I had locked it the night before, I was sure of it. The chair I had pushed under the handle was moved. Nothing else seemed touched. Nothing stolen. No mess. But just knowing that someone had been inside while I slept made me feel sick. I checked every corner of the cabin. I looked under the bed, in the cabinets, everywhere. But no one was there. I grabbed my keys, threw on a jacket, and decided I needed to leave. I packed everything in 10 minutes. I ran out to the car and loaded my bags in the back. When I turned the key, the engine clicked but didn't start. I tried again, nothing. I opened the hood, pretending I knew what I was doing. Everything looked fine, but I couldn't get it started. It was dead. There was no one nearby to ask for help. I was stuck. I stood there for a long time, listening to the wind in the trees, feeling more alone than I ever had. That night, I barricaded the doors with furniture. I didn't sleep at all. Around 1:30 a.m., I heard the footsteps again. Only this time they stopped at the front porch. I waited, frozen, gripping the knife so tight my hand cramped. The footsteps stayed for maybe 10 minutes, then faded. When the sun came up, I walked outside and found something on the porch. A piece of paper, torn and dirty, with a single word written in black ink, "Stay." I don't know what that meant. Was it a threat? A warning? An invitation? I didn't care anymore. I just wanted out. I gathered my things, put on my coat, and started walking. I had saved my phone battery, and after hiking back toward the road for over 2 hours, I found a spot with a signal. I called a tow truck and stayed put until it arrived, watching the tree line the whole time. When the truck driver finally pulled up, I nearly cried. He asked what I was doing way out there alone. I told him I was just trying to get away for a while, but I didn't tell him everything. I didn't mention the footsteps or the paper or the feeling of being watched. I didn't want to sound crazy. Back home, I had the car checked. The mechanic said the battery cable had been loosened, something that wouldn't have happened on its own. Someone had tampered with it. I thought about reporting it, but to who? There was no evidence, no fingerprints, no witnesses. I never went back to that cabin. My cousin ended up selling it a few months later after I told him what happened. I still don't know who or what was out there, but I know it wasn't my imagination. I've never been that afraid before, and I don't think I ever will be again. All I wanted was some peace and quiet. What I found was a reminder that sometimes, when you're alone in the woods, you're not really alone. And whoever was out there, whoever left that note, didn't want me to leave, but I did, and I never looked back. I still think about what happened during that winter. I don't tell people much about it anymore, because nobody really believes a story that sounds like it was pulled out of a movie. But it happened. All of it. I remember every single part of it, and I wish I didn't. It started simple. I had taken a few weeks off work to escape the noise. I was tired of the city, tired of meetings, tired of my phone ringing every 10 minutes, and I just needed to go somewhere quiet. A friend of mine had a cabin in the woods, way up in the northern part of the state, not far from the Canadian border. He hadn't used it in years, and when I asked if I could borrow it, he barely hesitated. He said it was dusty but standing, and gave me directions and the old key. I drove up there in early December. There was already snow on the ground, but the roads were still passable. I packed everything I thought I'd need: clothes, food, water, a few tools, batteries, a backup power bank for my phone, a small portable heater, and plenty of firewood in the trunk. I didn't plan on using my phone much, but I charged it anyway, just in case. The drive took longer than expected. The roads got worse the higher I climbed. Near the last 20 miles, my tires crunched over packed snow and thin layers of ice. I didn't pass another car for at least an hour. No houses either, just thick pine forest on both sides, bending under the weight of snow. The sky was already darkening by the time I reached the driveway, if you could even call it that. It was more like a short, narrow path carved between trees that led to a clearing where the cabin sat. The cabin itself looked like it hadn't been touched in years. The wooden steps creaked under my boots. The front door was warped slightly, but the key worked, and after a few tries, I got it open. Inside, it smelled like wood, dust, and old smoke. The place was small, just one large room with a fireplace on one side, a table and 2 chairs in the middle, a kitchen area in the back, and a narrow hallway that led to a small bedroom and a bathroom. Everything was dry and intact. I was surprised the pipes weren't frozen, but I guessed that some part of the system had been winterized or sealed off. I spent the first night unpacking, lighting the fireplace, and settling in. Felt good. No buzzing phones, no screens, no traffic. Just the sound of fire crackling, wind outside, and the thick silence of a forest in winter. I slept deeply that night, better than I had in months. On the second day, I hiked around the area. The snow was knee-deep in places, but I had snow boots and thick layers. I followed a frozen stream for a while, marked a few trees so I wouldn't get lost, and made it back before the light faded. That night, the wind picked up. I could hear it rushing through the trees like a freight train, but the cabin held steady. I added more wood to the fire and watched the flames dance. By the third day, it started snowing hard. I checked my phone for a signal, nothing. Not even one bar. I wasn't surprised. The storm looked heavy. It dumped more than a foot of snow overnight. I stayed indoors most of the day, reading a book and melting snow in a pot for extra water. I kept a log in my notebook, writing what I saw, what I did, just to keep my mind moving. But by late afternoon, something happened that changed everything. I saw tracks, boot prints in the snow. At first, I thought they were mine. But the more I looked, the more I realized they came from a different direction, off to the east, from the trees. They weren't fresh, but they hadn't been there the day before either. I followed them for a short while, maybe 50 feet, until I saw where they circled the cabin and led to the back. Then they stopped. I walked back inside, locked the door, and sat by the fire. I tried to think rationally. Maybe it was a hunter. Maybe someone had a cabin nearby and was just passing through. I didn't like the idea of someone walking that close to where I was staying without making themselves known. But I told myself not to jump to conclusions. The next morning, it was colder, much colder. I checked the thermometer I had stuck to the outside window, -10 degrees. I layered up again, boiled water, made some oatmeal, and decided to do a sweep around the cabin to see if anything looked off. That's when I noticed the shed. It was maybe 30 yards away, half buried in snow, behind some trees. I hadn't seen it when I arrived. It was a plain wooden structure with a tin roof, no windows, and a locked door. The lock looked old, rusted, but not broken. I didn't have a key to it, and I wasn't eager to pry it open, so I left it alone. But something about it sat wrong with me. It felt like someone had been using it recently. The snow around the door was disturbed. That night, I woke up to the sound of footsteps. It was close, right outside the window. I didn't move at first. I lay there in the dark, my ears straining. I didn't have a gun. All I had was a hatchet, some knives, and a heavy flashlight. The fire had gone low, and the room was cold. Then I heard the crunch of snow again, softer this time, like someone walking slowly in circles. I sat up, pulled on my coat, grabbed the flashlight, and stood near the window without turning on any lights. I waited for a minute. Nothing. Then I slowly opened the curtain just enough to peek through. I saw someone standing at the tree line. They were facing the cabin, completely still. They were wearing heavy winter gear, but I couldn't see a face, just the silhouette. They didn't move. I backed away from the window and stayed up the rest of the night with the fire going strong. Every 30 minutes, I checked the window, but they were gone. The next morning, I found more footprints. This time, they led from the trees to the cabin, circled it again, then stopped right outside the window of the bedroom. Whoever it was had stood there a long time. I could see the boot prints packed deep into the snow. I felt something shift inside me at that point. That feeling you get when something is wrong, really wrong, and there's no one around to help you. I made a decision right there. I would leave the next day, storm or not. I just had to make it through one more night. I packed a bag, kept my boots and coat nearby, and prepared for the worst. I made sure every door and window was locked. I stacked firewood indoors, sharpened the hatchet, and kept the flashlight within reach. That night was the longest of my life. I didn't sleep. I sat by the fire with my back to the wall, watching the door and windows. The wind howled all night, and the trees creaked like they were alive. Around midnight, the power bank for my phone died. Not that I had signal anyway. Then, around 2 in the morning, I heard something. The door handle. It moved, just once. A slow, metallic click. I stood up with the flashlight in one hand and the hatchet in the other. I didn't make a sound. I waited. Nothing. 10 minutes passed. Then 20. Then a loud bang from the shed. A deep, echoing bang, like something had been slammed hard from inside. I nearly dropped the flashlight. I turned it off and crouched low, my heart pounding. Another bang, then silence. I stayed like that until dawn. As soon as there was enough light, I opened the door and looked outside. No new prints, just the ones from before, now slightly filled in with drifted snow. I walked toward the shed. I don't know what made me do it. Maybe I needed answers. Maybe I wanted to make sure I wasn't losing my mind. I took the hatchet, broke the old padlock, and opened the door. Inside was a small, dark space with shelves and a chair in the corner. There were ropes, a lantern, a torn sleeping bag, and a few empty cans of food. Someone had been living in there. That's not what scared me. What scared me was the pile of clothes in the corner. 3 sets of them. Pants, jackets, boots, gloves, all different sizes, all stacked like someone had peeled them off bodies and folded them. Next to them was a plastic grocery bag. Inside it was a small notebook. I opened it. There were pages torn out, but the ones that remained were filled with dates. Each one followed by a single word. Watched, waited, closer, circle, window. The last entry, dated 2 days earlier, read, night, cabin, one inside. I dropped the notebook and backed away. I ran back to the cabin, grabbed everything I could fit into a bag, and left. I didn't care about the food, the clothes, or even my tools. I just needed to get out. The snow was deep, and I had to hike 2 miles before I reached a part of the road where my car was still visible. I had parked it a bit down the road in case the snow got too thick near the cabin. The battery was dead, but I managed to jump it with the portable starter I'd brought just in case. I drove nonstop until I reached a gas station 3 hours away. I didn't look back. I didn't stop for anything. My hands shook the entire drive. When I got home, I called my friend and told him everything. He said he hadn't been up there in nearly 10 years. He didn't even remember there being a shed. He thought maybe the person had built it after discovering the cabin. I reported it to the sheriff's office in the nearest town. They said they'd look into it. I never heard anything back. A week later, for months, I'd been struggling to finish a big project. My job required deep focus, long hours, and a place where I wouldn't be distracted. City life, with its endless noise and interruptions, was getting to me. So, after weeks of looking online, I found a cabin for rent deep in the woods of northern Montana, about 12 miles from the nearest town. It was a small, single-story wooden cabin near a quiet lake, surrounded by pine trees, and the pictures online made it look peaceful. There was no cell service, no internet, and the closest neighbor was apparently over a mile away. That was the point. I wanted total isolation. Just me, my laptop, some books, a few groceries, and my work. I booked it for 3 weeks. I packed my car with everything I thought I'd need. Canned food, rice, a portable solar charger, flashlights, batteries, a first aid kit, a couple of warm blankets, water jugs, my laptop, and a small generator I borrowed from a friend in case the cabin's power failed. I also brought my old .22 rifle, mostly for peace of mind, though I didn't really expect to use it. The drive took longer than I expected. The last stretch was a gravel road that wound through miles of forest. Tall trees blocked the sun in some parts, and I kept seeing deer running across the road or just standing by the side, staring. I didn't pass another car for almost an hour. When I got to the cabin, it looked just like the pictures. Simple, a bit weathered, but sturdy. It sat at the edge of a clearing with a small dock stretching out into the lake. There was a woodshed to the right and a narrow dirt path leading farther into the trees behind it. I turned off my engine, stepped out of the car, and the first thing I noticed was the quiet. No wind, no traffic, no voices. Just birds, the occasional splash of water from the lake, and the rustle of branches high above me. The cabin had a small porch, a single front door, and 3 windows, one on each side and one in the back. Inside, it was cozy. One main room with a table, a desk, a wood-burning stove, and a single bed against the far wall. The kitchen area had a gas stove, a sink with a water pump, and some old cabinets. There was a small bathroom in the back with a compost toilet and a metal basin for washing. I spent the first day unloading my supplies, checking that everything worked, and setting up my laptop on the desk by the window. I stored food in the cabinet and put the water jugs by the sink. I ran the generator briefly to make sure it worked, then shut it off to save fuel. That night, I sat on the porch watching the sun go down behind the trees, the sky slowly turning orange and then deep blue. I didn't see another soul. Felt perfect. For the next few days, I fell into a rhythm. Wake up early, make coffee on the gas stove, sit at the desk for hours working. Sometimes I'd step outside to stretch or walk to the lake. I'd hear birds, maybe a few insects, but that was it. I didn't bring my phone, didn't check email. I lost track of the days. Time moved differently out there. On the 6th morning, I noticed something strange. I woke up just before dawn, as usual. I stretched, made some coffee, and stepped outside to breathe in the cold morning air. I had a habit of walking around the cabin before settling down to work. That morning, on the far side of the cabin, near the woodshed, I saw footprints. Clear prints in the dirt. Deep, heavy ones, as if someone wearing boots had walked toward the back of the cabin. I crouched down and looked at them. They weren't mine. I had only been wearing sneakers, and I hadn't been around that side recently. These prints were deeper, spaced farther apart. Someone had walked there. Recently, probably while the ground was still damp from last night's rain. At first, I told myself it might have been the owner checking on the place. Maybe he'd come early and hadn't wanted to disturb me, but that didn't sit right. There was no car, no tire marks on the gravel. And why would someone walk around to the back and leave without saying anything? I followed the prints as far as I could. They led from the woodshed toward the back of the cabin, then disappeared into the thick pine forest behind the property. I stood there for a while, listening, but I didn't hear anything. No footsteps, no voices. Just trees moving slightly in the wind. I told myself not to panic. Maybe it was a hiker who got turned around. Maybe it was nothing. I went back inside and tried to work, but my focus was broken. I kept looking out the windows, scanning the trees. The feeling of being alone started to shift into something else. Not fear exactly, but unease. That night, I locked the door and shoved a chair under the handle. I loaded the rifle and kept it near the bed. I didn't sleep much. The next day passed without anything strange happening. I didn't see any more tracks, but I started hearing noises at night. Not just animals, something else. Once, just after midnight, I heard a soft thump on the side of the cabin, like someone had kicked the wall gently. Another time I heard what sounded like shuffling footsteps just outside the front porch. But when I looked out the window, I saw nothing. The third time I was sure I heard breathing. Not mine. A low, slow inhale and exhale, just beneath the window near my bed. I stayed still, holding my breath, listening. I didn't move for nearly an hour. The next morning, I stepped outside with the rifle and checked around the cabin again. No tracks, no broken branches. Nothing looked disturbed. But then I saw something else. Near the edge of the woods, half hidden behind a tree, was an empty water bottle. One of the cheap store-brand ones. I didn't bring that. I hadn't even packed bottled water. It was crushed slightly with some dirt on it. Someone had left it there. I felt my stomach drop. Someone was watching the cabin. Maybe camping nearby. Maybe hiding in the woods. I didn't know what to do. Could have packed up and left. But I'd already paid for the rental. I didn't want to seem paranoid. And part of me still wanted to believe it was nothing. Just a traveler passing through. Maybe they'd moved on. That night, I kept every light off and stayed by the window watching. Around 2 a.m., I saw something. Movement near the woodshed. A figure, dressed in dark clothes, tall, standing completely still. Not moving toward the cabin. Not walking away. Just standing there. I stayed frozen. I didn't even breathe. The figure stood there for what felt like 20 minutes. Then it slowly turned and walked back into the woods. The next morning, I packed everything. I loaded the car and locked the cabin. But I made one last mistake. I decided to drive to the local town first, get some gas and food, and then return to grab a few things I'd left behind in the woodshed: firewood, my extra water jugs. It was only a 20-minute drive. I figured it was safe. When I came back, the door was wide open. Not just unlocked, wide open. My rifle was gone. So was my backup bag of food. I didn't go inside. I got in the car and left. I never went back. Ending what happened later. A week after I returned home, I got a call from the sheriff's office in that Montana town. They'd found something during a search of that area. Not because of me, but because some hikers had reported weird noises and sightings. Near the same woodshed, they found signs of a small, hidden camp. A tarp, a sleeping bag, old cans of food, and a hunting knife. Also, a notebook filled with strange writings. Nothing violent, just ramblings about watching, waiting, and the man in the glass. They never found the person, but they believed someone had been squatting on private land for months, maybe longer. Living off the grid, possibly unstable. Maybe they saw me as an intruder. Maybe they were just curious. Maybe they were planning something worse. All I know is that I was never really alone out there. And now, whenever I go to sleep, I still think about the man standing near the woodshed, watching. Not moving, just breathing. I went up to the cabin to get away from everything. It wasn't anything fancy, just a small wooden structure tucked into the woods about 4 hours away from where I lived. My uncle had built it in the 80s, and when he passed away, he left it to my father. My dad never really used it. I guess life got in the way. Then it came to me. I didn't think much about it for years, but I kept paying the small property tax on it because it didn't seem right to let it go. That summer, I needed a break. I had just quit my job after a long, drawn-out conflict with my boss, and my girlfriend had left me only a few weeks before that. I was angry, tired, and starting to feel like I had no control over anything. So I packed up my truck, filled the cooler with enough food to last a week, grabbed a few essentials: tools, sleeping bag, flashlight, 2 knives, portable stove, water jugs, and made the drive up. The last hour of the trip was rough. The road narrowed down into a dirt path that snaked through tall trees. Branches scraped the sides of my truck, and the underbrush had crept so far into the trail that I had to get out more than once to cut some of it away. But I made it there around 3 in the afternoon. The sun filtered through the thick green above me, casting moving shadows across the clearing where the cabin sat. The place looked like it hadn't been touched in years. Moss grew in thick clumps along the shaded side of the cabin, and the wood had turned a dull gray from weathering. The front steps sagged under my weight when I walked up, and one of the handrails was completely rotted through. But it was still standing, and once I opened the door and stepped inside, it smelled dry and old but not moldy. That was a good sign. There was one room, a small kitchen area with an old metal sink and some shelves. Cot near the corner. A wooden table with 2 chairs. No electricity, no plumbing, just a cabin in the woods. I dropped my stuff in the corner and started opening windows to air it out. I spent the first day just cleaning and setting things up. Wiped down the surfaces, swept the floor, got rid of a few old mouse nests in the drawers. Felt good to be moving, doing something with my hands. I even stacked a bit of firewood near the old rusted wood stove, though I didn't think I'd need it since the weather was warm. The first night was quiet, almost too quiet. I wasn't used to real silence. No traffic, no humming appliances, no voices. Just the wind through the trees and the occasional creak from the wood walls. I sat out front on the steps, watching the dark settle in. I had a small fire going in the fire pit, and I just stared at it for a long time. It felt peaceful but also strange, like I was the last person on Earth. I turned in around 10. The cot was uncomfortable, but I was tired enough that I fell asleep fast. I didn't even dream. The second day I spent hiking the land. The property included several acres of woods, and I wanted to get familiar with the area. I walked out in the morning, following some old game trails, keeping track of direction using the sun and a compass I brought. I didn't go too far, just far enough to sweat a little and feel like I had done something. I found an old deer stand deeper in the woods. It was falling apart and looked unsafe to climb, but it reminded me that people had hunted here once. Around 5, I came back and started making dinner on the little propane stove I brought. Simple stuff: beans, sausage, and rice. As I sat down at the table to eat, I noticed something weird. The door was closed. I hadn't closed it. I was sure of it because I had left it open to let air in while I cooked. I figured it was the wind. The breeze had picked up a little that evening, and the door wasn't very solid. I brushed it off and kept eating. That night, things started to feel different. I was woken up by a sound I couldn't place. It was soft, but sharp, like a crack. I sat up slowly in the dark. My flashlight was on the floor beside the cot, and I picked it up and clicked it on. The beam lit up the ceiling, then the floor, then the door. Everything looked normal. I listened. Nothing but the wind again, but my body was tense. I didn't feel calm. I felt watched. I stayed awake for a while, just listening. The flashlight stayed on. I kept it aimed at the door. I didn't fall back asleep until close to dawn. The third day, I told myself I was being paranoid. The stress from everything back home was probably making me jumpy. I kept busy again. Chopped a little wood, cleared out more brush around the cabin, and read a paperback novel I found buried in one of the drawers. That afternoon, I went out to check on the little spring down the hill. It used to have clean water, and I wanted to see if it still did. I followed the old trail down and found the spring still running. The water was clear, bubbling out of the rocks. I filled a bottle and took a sip. Tasted cold and fresh. That lifted my mood a little. I stayed out a bit too long, though, and had to hike back as the sky started to dim. When I got to the clearing, the cabin looked different. The front door was open again, wide open this time. I stood still for a minute, just watching it. The fire pit was cold. I hadn't left a fire burning. My tools were still there. Nothing looked moved outside. I approached slowly, stepped up onto the porch. The door creaked slightly as it swung. I pushed it all the way open with the toe of my boot. Nothing inside looked disturbed. My bag was still in the corner. The food was untouched, but the cot was moved. It had been pushed about a foot from where I had left it. I knew exactly where it had been. There were scuff marks on the floor that matched its legs. Now it was angled differently. That night I didn't sleep. I sat in the chair at the table, flashlight in hand, knife on the table, and waited. Every hour or so, I walked to the door and looked outside. Nothing, just trees and darkness. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I stayed like that until morning. On the fourth day, I decided I would leave early. I had told myself I'd stay a week, but I no longer wanted to be there. Something felt wrong. I started packing things into the truck that morning. I was loading up water jugs when I noticed something that stopped me cold. There were boot prints in the dirt. Not mine. I wore hiking boots with a specific sole pattern. These were different, thinner, more rounded, and there were several of them, leading around the cabin and off into the trees. I stared at them for a long time. My brain tried to make sense of it. Maybe an old hunter? A local? But that didn't fit. This property wasn't near any other homes. The nearest town was 40 minutes away, and these prints were fresh. I went inside, grabbed my gear, and locked the cabin door behind me, even though that wouldn't stop anyone. I got in the truck and turned the key. Nothing happened. I turned it again. Still nothing. The engine didn't even click. I popped the hood and got out. I don't know a lot about engines, but I knew enough to check the battery cables. They had been cut. Clean, sharp slices through the thick wires. Someone had done this on purpose. I slammed the hood shut and stood there, heart pounding. I was stuck. I grabbed my backpack, loaded it with food, water, the flashlight, both knives, and the compass. I was going to walk out. It would take hours, but I didn't care. I wasn't staying another night. I locked up what I could and started walking down the trail the truck had come in on. It was slow going. The trail was rough, and I kept hearing noises in the woods. Twigs snapping, movement just out of sight. Every now and then I stopped and listened. I never saw anything, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being followed. A few miles in, I stopped to rest. That's when I noticed something that made my blood run cold. Another footprint, right behind mine, fresh, the same kind as before. Whoever they were behind me. I started walking again, faster this time. I didn't rest again, just kept moving, glancing over my shoulder every few minutes. It was almost dark by the time I reached a small roadside gas station near the main highway. I stumbled in, covered in sweat and dirt, and used their phone to call for help. The sheriff's deputy who came didn't take me seriously at first. He thought maybe I was exaggerating or dehydrated. But when I took him back the next morning and showed him the cut cables and the footprints, his tone changed. He didn't find anyone. We searched the woods for hours, but someone had definitely been there. He called it trespassing. Maybe a squatter. Maybe someone who didn't want me on their land. But no one was ever caught. I had the truck towed out and I never went back. I sold the cabin a few months later, cheap. I didn't want it anymore. I don't know who was out there or what they wanted. Maybe they were just watching. Maybe they were waiting for something. But I think about that third night a lot. The way the cot was moved, the sound I heard, the way the door was open when I came back. I think about how close they must have been, how they could have come inside while I slept, and how I would have never known. I went up to the cabin to get away from everything. The plan was to be alone for at least a week, maybe 2 if I could handle it. I'd taken some unpaid leave from work, told my parents I needed a break, and shut off everything that connected me to the city. The cabin was deep in the woods, maybe 6 miles off the main road, only reachable by a single dirt path that twisted uphill and through trees so thick that sometimes the daylight barely touched the forest floor. It was the kind of place that didn't show up on most maps. I had been there once before, a few years back, when I went with a friend who'd known the guy who owned it. That guy moved out of state and passed the keys around to anyone who wanted to borrow it. My friend gave me the keys and directions, and I loaded my SUV with everything I thought I'd need. Canned food, water jugs, a small propane stove, tools, firewood, a first aid kit, a couple of thick blankets, and a rifle I hadn't used in years, just in case. I also brought my old dog, Boone. He was nearly 11 now and moved slow, but he still liked sniffing around and sleeping by the door. We arrived late in the afternoon. The cabin was exactly as I remembered it. Small, built with thick dark logs, a metal chimney, a front porch with uneven steps, and a single wooden door with a rusted handle. Inside, there were only 2 rooms. The front room had a small table, 2 chairs, a wood stove, and an old couch with sun-bleached cushions. The back room had a narrow bed and a dresser missing 2 drawers. No electricity, no running water, no cell service, no internet, just quiet. The first couple of days were peaceful. I went for walks through the woods, followed the same trails I remembered from years back. I boiled water on the stove, made simple meals, and read old paperbacks I'd brought. Boone mostly lay around or followed me a few steps behind. At night, I would sit outside with a blanket wrapped around me, watching the trees shift in the wind, listening to nothing but bugs and the occasional owl. I didn't realize how much noise I lived around until it was all gone. It was beautiful, until it wasn't. It started on the 4th night. I was lying in bed, half asleep, when Boone got up suddenly and walked to the door. I figured he had to pee, so I got up and opened it for him. He stepped outside, sniffed the air, and stood still. I waited. He didn't go into the trees like he usually did. He just stayed there, tail stiff, ears up, looking toward the left side of the cabin. I squinted out into the dark, but I couldn't see anything. I called softly for him, but he didn't move. Eventually, he turned around and came back inside. Slowly, I shut the door and went back to bed, but it was hard to fall asleep after that. Something about the way he froze out there didn't feel right. It wasn't like when he hears a squirrel or rabbit. It was different, focused, worried. The next morning, I walked around the cabin to look for tracks or anything unusual. There were old animal prints here and there, but nothing fresh. I shook it off, made some coffee, and tried not to think too hard about it. Boone stayed close all day. That night, I double-checked the door latch before sleeping. On the 5th night, I heard it too. I had just turned off the lantern and lay down when I heard a soft sound from outside. It wasn't a branch falling or leaves rustling. It was a slow, steady crunching. Footsteps. I knew that sound. Not fast, but not casual either. Like someone trying to be quiet, but stepping on dry pine needles. Boone stood up again, staring at the door, growling low. I didn't move for a while. I stayed under the blanket, listening. The steps circled the cabin slowly, and then stopped behind the back wall near the bedroom. I waited, barely breathing. Boone stood still. The sound didn't return. 10 minutes passed, maybe 15. I finally got up, crept to the window, and peeked out, but it was pitch black. I couldn't see anything. I didn't sleep much after that. The next morning, I walked the whole perimeter of the cabin. Behind the bedroom wall, I found faint prints. Not boots exactly, but not animal either. The toes were deep, heels shallow. Someone barefoot. Why? The dirt was dry, so the tracks weren't clear, but they were definitely human. They came from the woods, circled the cabin, and disappeared again into the trees. No vehicle, no other signs. I wanted to leave right then, but I told myself it was probably nothing. Maybe some hiker who got turned around, or some weirdo living off the grid. But who walks barefoot 6 miles into the woods, in the middle of the night, just to walk around a cabin? I kept the rifle loaded and close after that. That night, the footsteps returned. This time, they were slower. I sat in the front room with the lights out, watching the window. Boone sat beside me, tense and shaking a little. The steps came from the back again, then moved around to the side. I heard them pass near the porch. I held my breath. Then they stopped. Just silence. I waited. 10 minutes. 20. Nothing. Then a soft knock. Just once. I didn't move. My hands were sweating on the rifle. Boone didn't growl this time. He was completely still, staring at the door. The knock didn't come again. I didn't sleep at all. The knocking wasn't loud. It was like a single touch, but it was enough. I stayed up, sitting in the corner, facing the door, the rifle across my lap. At some point, I saw the sun rising through the gaps in the window. Only then did I move. I stepped outside carefully. Boone followed. I checked around. More footprints, same as before. But this time I found something else. An old piece of torn cloth caught on a nail under the porch. It looked dirty, maybe a shirt sleeve. I picked it up, It stank. Like sweat, mildew, maybe worse. I didn't want to be there anymore. I packed my bag, loaded some things back into the SUV, but when I turned the key, nothing happened. No ignition, no click, nothing. I opened the hood. The battery cables were gone, just cut off, clean like someone used a blade. I stood there for a long time. Whoever had been coming around at night, they weren't just passing by. They were planning something. I locked myself in the cabin and spent most of that day preparing. I blocked the windows with the dresser drawers and wood scraps. I reinforced the door with 2 chairs and a length of rope tied to a hook in the wall. I even made a small alarm out of a can and some nails hung on a string across the porch. I rechecked the rifle. Boone never left my side. That night was the worst. I waited in the dark again, heart pounding, body tense. It was cold. I didn't light the stove. I didn't want to make any sound. Then, just past midnight, I heard something new. Breathing. It wasn't loud, but I knew what it was. Just outside the wall. Slow, steady breaths, like someone standing close, maybe leaning against the wood. I didn't move. I didn't even blink. The breathing stopped after a minute. Then the footsteps moved again, this time quickly, circling the cabin twice, then stopping near the back window. Then I heard the sound of something scraping. A knife? Metal against the wall? Couldn't tell. But it went on for over a minute. Then silence again. At some point, I must have passed out from exhaustion. I woke up to the sound of birds outside and daylight coming through the cracks. I walked outside slowly. Boone stayed inside. I found deep gouges carved into the back wall. For lines, uneven, like someone dragged a knife through the wood. Below them was a small pile of ashes. Someone had burned something there, maybe paper or cloth. I kicked the ashes apart with my boot, but couldn't tell what it was. That was it. I wasn't staying another night. I grabbed everything I could carry and started walking. I didn't even bother locking the cabin. I had 6 miles to cover through the woods, and I didn't want to wait until evening. I walked fast, Boone close by. I didn't stop. I didn't look back. I just moved, rifle in hand, eyes scanning the trees. I reached the road 2 hours later and flagged down a passing truck. I didn't explain much, just asked for a ride to the nearest gas station. I called a tow truck for my SUV and had it brought back. The mechanic said someone had also sliced the brake line underneath. Whoever it was, they weren't just watching. They were waiting for me to stay long enough to try leaving. I never found out who it was. I filed a police report. They found some of the tracks, the cut cables, the marks on the wall. But no one ever came forward. No suspects, no arrests. Sometimes I think maybe it was someone who lived out there who didn't want company. Or maybe just someone sick, playing a slow, quiet game of fear. I never went back to the cabin. I gave the keys back and told my friend to never offer it to anyone again. Boone died a few months later. He was old. I still think about how he growled that first night. He knew. He felt it before I did. I don't go into the woods alone anymore. Not because I'm afraid of bears or getting lost. I'm afraid of people. The kind that don't want to be found. The kind that wait, quietly, just beyond the trees, watching. It started with what was supposed to be a peaceful solo trip to reset my mind. I had been dealing with too much noise in my life. Work deadlines stacking up, people around me pushing their own problems into my world, my phone never stopping. It all got overwhelming. I didn't want to talk to anyone. I just wanted quiet, real quiet. No phones, no roads, no buzzing from machines. Just trees, the sky, and maybe the sound of a river nearby. I found an old cabin listed in a small forum where people share off-grid locations. It wasn't even on any big rental websites, just a handwritten note with an old picture from the 90s. The cabin was deep in a forested area in the northern part of the state, almost near the border. No nearby towns for miles. That's exactly what I was looking for. I took 2 weeks off work, packed up some supplies, filled the car with fuel, brought a small cooler, and took off early in the morning. The drive started normal enough, highways, then smaller roads, then narrow winding paths that were more like trails than anything built for cars. I followed the directions I had printed. There was no GPS out there. The signal had dropped an hour before I even got close. The last part of the drive was down a dirt path barely wider than my car. Branches scraped the sides, and I had to stop twice to move fallen limbs. I was lucky it hadn't rained recently. Any sort of mud would have stranded me right there. The whole time, I didn't see a single other car. No people, no fences, nothing. I saw a deer once, and that was it. Eventually, I reached a small clearing. There it was, the cabin. A small, single-story wooden structure with a sagging roof, a tiny porch, and a chimney that looked like it hadn't been used in years. No power lines, no lights, just dead silence. I parked the car off to the side, killed the engine, and listened. I could hear the wind through the trees, nothing else. Not even birds. The air smelled like pine and old dirt. The trees were so tall around the cabin that even in the afternoon, it felt like early evening. There were no signs of recent life. No footsteps, no marks, no tire tracks. The porch creaked under my weight as I stepped up and pushed the door open. It wasn't locked, just a heavy wooden slab with a metal latch. Inside, it smelled like dust and dry wood. Everything was old but solid. There was a wood-burning stove, a table with 2 chairs, a single bed in the corner, a small shelf of books, and a closed door that led to a tiny bathroom with a compost toilet and a jug set up for water. No sink, no plumbing, just a jug to fill and pour. There were mouse droppings in the corners, cobwebs in the rafters. But it wasn't gross, just untouched. It felt like I had stepped into a place frozen in time. I spent the first couple of hours unpacking. I lit a few candles I had brought, swept the floor, cleaned off the table and bed, and opened the window for some air. I set my cooler inside, got my small camping stove ready, and made a sandwich. I felt calm. I liked the silence. It was what I came for. The first night, I didn't sleep well. It wasn't fear, just unfamiliar sounds. The creaking of the roof as it cooled, the groan of the walls shifting slightly with the breeze, the tap-tap of some branch on the far side of the cabin. I lay there for hours just listening. Every little sound made my ears perk up, but I got used to it. The second day, I went for a walk. I didn't bring a phone because there was no service anyway. I had a compass, a map, and I made sure to keep note of trees and rocks on the way out. The forest was thick and uneven, filled with fallen logs, underbrush, and quiet animal tracks. I saw a raccoon, maybe a fox. No people, not even footprints. I walked a few hours out, sat by a small creek, then made my way back. That's when I noticed it the first time. A small stone pile near the cabin. I hadn't seen it the day before. Maybe I missed it, but it was there now. Just 5 small stones stacked neatly in a cone shape, not natural. I figured some animal lover had made a marker or it was from years ago. I kicked it over without thinking and went back inside. That night, I felt something strange. It wasn't sound. It was a feeling, like something was off. I kept waking up, hearing twigs cracking outside. That could have been anything, I told myself. But I couldn't sleep. I sat up in bed, wrapped in a blanket, and stared at the window. At one point, I thought I saw something move between the trees. Not a shape, not a person, just something shifting, but it was too dark to be sure. I sat like that until the sun came up. Day 3, I didn't go far. I stayed around the cabin, read one of the old books, made soup, cleaned up the firewood pile outside. That's when I saw another stack of stones. This one was different.
Taller.
7 stones now, still shaped like a cone. It was right where I had walked the day before. I didn't build it. I had kicked the other one. But this was new. No footprints around it. No sign of who made it. It wasn't there the day before. I left it alone. That night, the sounds were louder. A clear snap of something heavy in the woods. Then silence. I held my breath. I could hear my own heartbeat. I blew out the candle and just lay still. Whatever was out there didn't come close. But I didn't sleep again. On the 4th day, things got worse. When I went outside, I found something nailed to a tree about 20 feet from the cabin. Piece of leather, old, cracked, and nailed with 2 rusty nails into the bark. Nothing written on it, nothing drawn, just that. Below it, another stone pile, taller now, 9 stones. I stood there staring at it for a long time. That afternoon, I tried to leave. I packed the cooler, loaded the gear, got into the car, and turned the key. Nothing. No click. No turnover. No sound. I checked the battery. Nothing looked off. Lights worked. Horn worked. But the engine didn't even try. I tried again and again. I opened the hood. Everything looked fine. I checked my phone. Still no signal. No way to call anyone. I wasn't even sure I could walk back to civilization. I had driven for hours on that dirt trail. I didn't remember any houses nearby, so I stayed another night. That evening, I triple barricaded the door with the table and chair. I kept the stove going, holding a hot piece of firewood as a kind of torch. I didn't sleep. Around 3 a.m., I heard breathing outside the window. Slow, heavy, not an animal. Something bigger. It didn't knock. It didn't speak. It just stood there. I didn't move. After a long time, it walked away. I could hear leaves and sticks snapping under its steps. When the sun came up, I found fresh boot prints. Not hiking boots. Heavy work boots. Deep tread. Fresh. They circled the cabin. The prints went to every window, stopped at the front door, then walked off into the woods. No car tracks. No bikes. No sign of anyone coming in. I stayed inside all day. The prints were still there that evening. No rain. No wind. Nothing disturbed them. The 6th day, I tried to walk out. I packed water, wrapped some food, took the map, and followed the compass. I made it 3 hours in one direction and found another marker. Another piece of leather. This one nailed to a tree I know I had passed before and hadn't seen anything on. Below, it was a stone pile with 11 rocks. I turned back. That night, I kept the fire burning nonstop. I stayed up the whole time, waiting. No sounds. Just heavy silence. That scared me more. I wanted sound. I wanted birds. Anything. But it was silent. The 7th day, I didn't go outside. The 8th day, I saw movement in the woods again. Not fast. Just someone or something standing between the trees. Too far to see clearly. Just standing. Watching. I backed inside and waited. It was gone a few hours later. That evening, I tried the car again. It started. No stutter. No issue. Just like normal. I didn't stop to question it. I drove. Fast. As fast as I could without breaking an axle on the narrow trail. Branches scraped the windows. I didn't care. I drove until I saw pavement. Then I didn't stop until I reached a gas station 4 hours later. I didn't tell anyone what happened. I didn't go to the police. What would I say? I don't even know what I saw, but I know it wasn't a ghost. It wasn't magic. It was something real. Something or someone was out there, and they didn't want me there. Weeks later, I went back online to look for that post about the cabin. It was gone. The whole thread had been deleted. No trace, no name, no directions. I don't know who put that listing up. I don't know who lives out there. But I know this, someone does, and they watch. I never liked being around people too much. I think that's part of the reason why I booked the cabin in the first place. It was back in late October, maybe 3 days before Halloween. I had some time off from work. I didn't want to stay in the city. I didn't want to spend another minute in my cramped apartment with all the noise outside my window. I didn't want to scroll through my phone or hear about anyone's fake online drama. I just wanted quiet. So I found this small, cheap cabin listed on a travel site, located way up north in the woods of Montana, not far from the Canadian border. It had no Wi-Fi, no cable, no cell service. That was the point. The photos showed a single-story wooden structure surrounded by pine trees, built next to a small hill. There was a basic kitchen, a fireplace, a bathroom with running water, and a twin-size bed. That's all I needed. The listing even warned guests that it was not for those looking for modern conveniences. That just made me want it more. I packed light, just some canned food, a sleeping bag, books, and a hand crank radio. I also brought a headlamp, a pocket knife, and a hiking backpack full of little things I might need. First aid kit, extra batteries, matches, rope. I don't know why I over-prepared like that. I guess I've always been more careful than the average person. I left early in the morning and drove for hours through stretches of empty highway and narrow forest roads. I stopped once for gas, then didn't see another person until I reached the parking area at the bottom of a long gravel path. There was a single sign with the name of the rental company, nailed to a tree. I left my car there and followed the path by foot, maybe 20 minutes uphill through the trees, until I saw the cabin. It looked even more isolated in person. The wood was old, grayish, like it had been through decades of snow and rain. The roof was metal and had pine needles stuck to it. There were no other cabins or buildings around that I could see, just trees, endless trees. I unlocked the front door with the code the owner had emailed me and stepped inside. It was chilly inside, smelled like firewood and dust. The living area was small, just a chair, the fireplace, and a coffee table. The kitchen had a tiny gas stove, a sink, a few dishes, and a half-sized fridge that ran off propane. The bathroom was clean enough. The bed was stiff but better than the one in my apartment. I put down my stuff, cracked a window to air it out, and sat in the chair for a while, just listening to how quiet everything was. It was perfect. That first day, I didn't do much. I unpacked, organized my food, then took a walk around the area. The trees around the cabin were dense but beautiful. There was a small slope behind the cabin that led up to a rocky outcrop, and from there, I could see a small river in the distance through the trees. The air was cold and dry. I walked a little farther and saw old animal tracks in the dirt, probably deer or elk. There were a lot of birds, too. I stayed close to the cabin and didn't go too far off the path. I didn't want to get lost on my first day. That night, I started a fire in the fireplace and cooked some soup. I read a book by lantern light until I was too tired to keep my eyes open. I fell asleep to the sound of the fire crackling and wind outside the cabin walls. It was one of the best nights of sleep I'd had in a long time. The next morning, I woke up early. There was frost on the ground outside. I heated up some water and made instant coffee. After eating, I put on my boots and decided to explore deeper into the woods. I left a note on the counter with the time I left, just in case. I don't know why, I guess I've always had that habit. I packed some water, snacks, and my map, then headed out. I followed a deer trail that sloped downhill past the rocky outcrop. It was peaceful. I didn't hear a single plane or engine, just birds and the sound of the wind. I walked for maybe an hour until I found the river. It was narrower than it looked from the hill, but clear and fast-moving. I sat there on a rock for a while, just listening. I saw a few small fish swimming near the shore. After about 15 minutes, I stood up and started walking farther along the bank. That's when I saw it. At first, I thought it was just a pile of wood, but as I got closer, I realized it wasn't natural. There was a structure, not a house, more like a shack. It was made from logs and branches stacked together, with gaps in the walls and a slanted roof covered in moss. No door, just a dark opening. It looked like it had been there for years. I got this weird feeling in my gut. I didn't want to go inside, but I looked in from the edge. There wasn't much, just a small rusted metal pot, a blanket that was torn to pieces, and an old plastic milk crate with something inside. I bent down to get a better look and saw that the crate held animal bones. Dozens of them, small mostly, maybe rabbit or squirrel, cleaned off, arranged neatly. That was the part that stuck with me, the arrangement, not just thrown in, but placed, organized. I backed away and left fast. I didn't like it. I told myself it was probably just an old trapper's shelter or something from decades ago. Maybe some hunter built it, but that neat pile of bones stuck in my head. I hiked back to the cabin quicker than I'd gone out, kept checking over my shoulder even though I didn't hear anything behind me. That night, I kept the fire going longer than usual. I kept the headlamp next to my bed. I told myself I was overreacting. The woods are full of strange things. That doesn't mean anything is wrong. But I didn't sleep well. I thought I heard twigs snapping outside around midnight. Then I thought I heard something brush the wall of the cabin, like fingers or branches. I didn't get up to check. I just stared at the ceiling and waited for morning. The next day, I stayed close to the cabin. I chopped some wood from the small stack beside the door. I swept the porch. I kept my mind busy. Around the afternoon, I walked back up to the rocky outcrop and looked out over the woods again. That's when I saw movement in the trees near the river. It was fast, just a shape. Could have been an animal, but it wasn't walking like one. It was upright, 2 legs. I froze. It vanished behind the trees before I could get a good look. I went back inside and locked the door, even though there weren't any other cabins around for miles. That night, I stayed up late. No fire this time. I didn't want light drawing anything close. I kept all the windows shut and covered. I sat in the chair and waited for sleep to come, but it didn't. Just after 2 a.m., I heard a knock. Not loud, just one. On the back wall, the side that faced the slope. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I just stared at the ceiling. A few minutes later, I heard it again. A soft thump, like something brushing the siding. Then silence. Then footsteps. Slow, crunching footsteps walking around the cabin. I sat there with my knife in my hand, heart pounding, not sure if I was dreaming. The steps circled the cabin once, maybe twice. Then they stopped. When I finally got the courage to look out the window, there was nothing there. No footprints, no broken branches, nothing. That morning I wanted to leave, but I told myself I was just being paranoid. I paid for 4 nights. I had 1 more left. I'd stick it out, then leave early the next day. I spent the whole day inside. I kept the fire low and read with my back against the wall. Every now and then, I'd go to the window and look out. I never saw anything, but I never felt like I was alone. Just before sunset, I decided to nail the back window shut. I found a rusted hammer in the cabinet and a few old nails in the drawer. As I was hammering them in, I looked out into the woods behind the cabin, and I saw it. Person, standing by the trees, not moving, just standing. He was far, maybe 100 feet away, but I could see enough. He was wearing old clothes, ripped pants, a heavy jacket, gloves. His face was pale and dirty. I couldn't see his eyes from that far, but I could tell he was looking straight at me. I dropped the hammer. When I looked back, he was gone. I locked everything. I moved the table in front of the door. I sat in the corner with the headlamp on my head and my knife in my hand. I didn't eat. I didn't move. I waited, and as the night dragged on, I heard the footsteps again. Slow, steady, walking through the leaves. Then silence. Then scratching on the back wall. Light like fingernails. Then more footsteps. Then nothing. I didn't sleep. At dawn, I packed everything in minutes. I didn't bother folding anything. I just threw it in my pack, slung it over my shoulder, and ran. I locked the cabin door behind me out of habit, but I don't know why. I didn't look back. I followed the path through the woods, down the hill, back to the parking spot where my car was. When I got there, I saw something that made me stop cold. The back window of my car had been smashed in. The glass was all over the back seat. Nothing was taken. My glove box was open, but everything was still there, just broken, like someone wanted to look or leave a message. I drove for hours without stopping. I didn't breathe easy until I was back on the main road, past the small towns. I didn't think much about it when I drove out there. I had taken time off from work, stacked up some savings, and rented out this small cabin sitting deep inside a valley out in the Pacific Northwest. It was the kind of place that had no cell signal, no roads nearby, and no neighbors for miles. The man I rented it from gave me the key through the mail and told me everything I needed was already inside. I never met him. I never even spoke to him. That's how remote it was. The road leading up to the place wasn't even paved. It was just dirt and gravel for about 6 miles, and after a point, even that faded. I had to leave my car at a clearing and walk about 40 minutes through a narrow, sloping trail. There were no signs, just natural markers I memorized. A fallen tree, a stone that looked like a tooth, a curve in the path that overlooked a stream. That kind of trail. The cabin itself wasn't much. Just a single room, maybe 20 feet by 25. A wood stove in one corner, a cot, a counter with an old gas stove, a small wooden table, 2 chairs, a few storage boxes, and a shelf with canned food. There was a small outhouse behind it about 50 feet back and a stream down a slope where I could get water. I had brought a big pack with me. A hunting knife, extra clothes, a sleeping bag, water filters, matches, flashlights, and a lot of books. I had planned to be out there for about 3 weeks. I wanted to detox from everything, the city, the noise, the pressure. I thought it would help me reset my brain, get back to zero. The first few days were quiet, peaceful. I'd wake up early, chop wood for the stove, boil water, eat canned beans or soup, then sit and read for hours. I didn't even keep track of time. I tried writing for a bit, too, in a small notebook. At night, it got cold fast. I'd load the stove, wrap myself in the sleeping bag, and fall asleep to the sound of wind brushing through the trees. Then, around the 6th day, things started to feel different. I wouldn't call it scary, not yet, just off. Started when I noticed tracks. They were up the slope about 100 feet from the stream where I'd been getting water every morning. I didn't notice them right away, but one morning when I went down to fill my water containers, I saw them on a patch of soft dirt. They weren't animal tracks. They were boot prints, not mine. They were spaced in a way that made it clear someone was walking. Not running, not stomping, just walking in a straight line from the trees toward the edge of the water. The dirt was still damp. These were fresh. I looked around, but there was no one there. I followed them back, up the slope and into the woods, but they just stopped after a few dozen steps. Like the person had vanished or stepped onto harder ground where nothing could be seen. I waited there a while, then went back to the cabin trying to reason it out. Maybe someone was camping nearby. Maybe it was old and I hadn't noticed before. Maybe I made them myself and forgot. That night I didn't sleep well. I kept waking up, thinking I heard something outside. A crunch of twigs, a scrape against the wall. I kept telling myself it was animals, raccoons, maybe a deer, but I didn't really believe it. The next morning, I checked the area around the cabin. More boot prints, this time circling the place. They were clear as day, going all the way around the walls and even a few steps up to the door. That's when my stomach dropped. Someone had been walking right up to the door while I slept. There was no lock on that door, just a simple latch. I stayed inside that whole day, sat at the table with my knife in my hand. Every creak made me flinch. Around noon, I finally went out and checked the trail back to where I had left my car. There was no sign of anyone there, but I realized something else. My car keys, which I had left on the shelf by the stove, were missing. I tore the place apart looking for them. Every box, every corner. I emptied my backpack 3 times. Nothing. Gone. That changed everything. I wasn't just scared now. I was trapped. I hiked back out the way I came, all the way to the clearing where the car was parked. It was still there, but the driver's side door was wide open. I could see from 20 feet away that the glove box had been ripped open and my papers were scattered on the floor. The keys weren't there. Whoever took them had come in the night, gone through my things, and taken them just to keep me stuck. That meant they weren't just some hiker. They had watched me, followed me, waited. I walked back slowly, checking every few minutes over my shoulder. I felt like I was being watched from the woods. Every sound, the wind in the branches, the creak of a limb, made my heart pound. Back at the cabin, I barricaded the door with the table and the chairs. I kept the stove unlit that night so no smoke would rise. I didn't sleep. The next morning, the outhouse door was wide open. I always shut it, always. On the wall inside, scratched into the wood with something sharp, were the words, "You're not alone." I stood there a long time. My hands were shaking. I went back to the cabin, threw everything into my backpack, and made a decision. I was getting out. I didn't care if it took 2 days of walking. I would find a way to reach a road or town. But before I could leave, I needed to figure out what direction to go. There were no maps, no signal, nothing but the direction I came from, which clearly wasn't safe anymore. So I waited until the afternoon, then climbed a ridge behind the cabin to try and get a better view. That's when I found the shelter. It was hidden in a shallow ditch behind a fallen tree, camouflaged with branches and dirt. At first, I thought it was just an old hunting blind. But when I pulled the covering away, I saw a tarp, a backpack, and inside it, binoculars, food wrappers, and my notebook. Someone had been watching me, reading my notes, tracking my schedule. I found other things in there too. Ropes, a hunting knife, pair of handcuffs. Couldn't breathe. I backed away and nearly tripped down the slope. I ran back to the cabin, grabbed everything I could, and left. I didn't care where I went. I just kept moving. For hours I moved through the forest, avoiding the trail, trying to go in a straight line. I climbed ridges, crawled through thickets, crossed small creeks. My legs ached. My shirt stuck to my back with sweat, and the pack felt heavier with every mile. That night, I found a place under a large tree and curled up with my knife. I didn't dare light a fire. I just laid there, listening to every sound. Somewhere deep in the woods, I heard movement. Not animals. Steps. Careful, slow steps. I didn't move. Passed after a long time. Or maybe it didn't. I might have blacked out. When morning came, I moved again. I walked for most of the day and finally came out onto a gravel road. It wasn't the same one I drove in on, but it was a road. I followed it for another 3 hours before I saw a truck parked near a logging site. I hid in the trees until the man came back. A logger. He looked surprised when I came out, filthy, shaking, and barely able to stand. He gave me water, let me sit in the truck, drove me to a nearby ranger station. I didn't tell the full story. I just said I got lost, that someone stole my things. I didn't want to explain the shelter, the notes, the feeling of being hunted. They wouldn't believe it. The police took a report, went back with me. The cabin was empty. The shelter was gone. Just a patch of disturbed dirt where it had been. They never found the person, or my keys, or anything else. I never went back into the woods after that, not even on day hikes. I sold my car, moved to a different city. Sometimes I still wake up at night thinking I hear someone moving outside my window. I get up, check every lock, look outside, and stand there staring into the dark. I don't think it was random. I think someone was waiting for someone like me, alone, far out, easy to watch. I think they had done it before, but I was lucky. I saw the signs. I got out. A few months ago, I searched online for other stories. People who went missing in remote cabins, hikers who never came back. There were a lot more than I expected, most of them unsolved. Now, when people talk about how peaceful it would be to live off-grid, I stay quiet, because I know something they don't. The woods aren't empty, they're just quiet, and sometimes that's much worse. I don't really know where to start. It's been almost a year, but my hands still shake when I think about that week. It was supposed to be a break from everything. I wasn't running from anything dramatic. No heartbreak, no breakdown, no job crisis. I just wanted quiet. I was tired of the noise in my head. Every day felt like it was filled with static. So I decided to find a cabin, real remote, no Wi-Fi, no cell signal, and just spend some time with myself. I found the listing online. A man named Russell owned a series of small cabins spread out in a stretch of forest near the state border. He rented them out to hikers and hunters, but in the off-season, he gave a discount to loners like me. The one I chose was about 15 miles off the main road, past a dirt trail that was more ruts than road. You had to park your car in a little gravel clearing and walk about 20 minutes up a wooded path to get to it. I packed light, a duffel bag with clothes, a cooler with food and water, my small gas burner, 2 heavy-duty flashlights, batteries, a couple of books, my journal, and an old pair of binoculars I'd had since college. I don't even know why I brought those. Maybe I thought I'd do some bird watching. I didn't bring a gun. I'm not the kind of guy who carries weapons. Maybe I should have. The hike up to the cabin was peaceful. It was early spring, still cold, but the snow had melted, and everything smelled like wet dirt and pine. The path was clear enough to follow. I only slipped once when my boot caught a patch of damp moss. When the cabin finally came into view, tucked between 2 thick hillsides of trees, I felt a strange kind of calm settle over me. The cabin was small, maybe 20 feet by 20 feet. It was just one room inside. A bed, a wood stove, a small counter, a metal sink that connected to a rainwater tank outside, and a solar lantern hanging from a hook in the ceiling. It was clean, rustic but not filthy. The walls were thick, the windows were small, and there was a heavy bolt on the inside of the door. No bathroom, just an outhouse about 100 feet behind it. The first 2 days were quiet, peaceful even. I read. I cooked basic stuff on my gas burner. I chopped some of the pre-cut logs Russell had left stacked near the shed and kept the stove burning low to stay warm. I didn't see or hear a single soul. No airplanes, no traffic, just birds, squirrels, the occasional snap of a twig deep in the trees. It was the kind of silence that feels so total, it starts to ring in your ears. That changed on the third day. That morning, I was sitting on the wooden steps out front with my binoculars. I was scanning the tree line, watching for hawks. The sun had come out for a bit, and the rays were slipping between the branches in this golden pattern. Everything looked still, but as I slowly panned across the forest to the east, something caught my eye, a flash of red. I thought it was maybe a cardinal or a piece of litter. I adjusted the focus. It wasn't a bird. It was a red tarp. I kept watching. The tarp was covering something. Maybe a truck? Couldn't be sure. The trees were thick and the distance was long, but it looked like someone had set up some kind of makeshift shelter or camp deep in the woods, maybe half a mile away, tucked down between two ridges. I didn't think much of it at first. Maybe a hunter or someone doing some backwoods camping. Still, it felt strange. It was too early in the season for people to be out there. No smoke, no signs of activity, and the location was odd, like someone had gone out of their way to be hidden. Later that afternoon, curiosity got the better of me. I decided to walk toward it. I told myself I just wanted to make sure it wasn't someone in trouble. Or maybe I was just bored. I packed a water bottle and one of the flashlights in my backpack, put on my heavier jacket, and made my way east through the trees. There was no path. The terrain sloped downward, the ground soft and spongy in places. I had to move slow. About 30 minutes in, I started to smell something weird, acrid, chemical, almost like burning plastic mixed with gasoline. I crouched behind a fallen log and scanned with the binoculars. That's when I saw them. There were two men. They were standing near the red tarp, which was now clearly covering something long and rectangular, maybe a trailer or storage unit. One man was holding a shovel. The other was dragging something across the ground, a dark shape wrapped in what looked like a thick gray sheet or tarp. It wasn't moving. It was too big to be an animal. I froze. I stayed crouched there for what felt like 20 minutes. I didn't move. I barely breathed. The man with the shovel started digging. The other man disappeared behind the trailer. I waited until they both moved out of sight before I turned around and started to head back to my cabin, as quietly and carefully as I could. I didn't run. I wanted to, but I knew noise would give me away. Every step back felt like it took 5 minutes. Every crack of a branch sounded like a gunshot in my ears. When I finally got back to the cabin, I went straight inside, locked the door, and pushed the heavy table against it. My heart didn't stop racing for hours. That night, I didn't sleep. I kept the lights off. I kept one flashlight in my hand and the other by the window. I couldn't stop picturing that shape being dragged across the ground. The way the man was digging, the way they were working silently, fast, like they were in a hurry, like they didn't want to be seen. I kept telling myself it could have been something else. Maybe it was trash. Maybe it was a deer. But the way it was wrapped, the size of it. The next morning, I packed everything I could into my bag and decided I would leave. I didn't care if I'd only paid for a week. I didn't want to be there anymore. I had just enough food and water to get back to the car. The walk was downhill. I could make it, but when I stepped outside, I saw the tracks, boot prints, deep ones, leading from the trail into the clearing around my cabin. Not mine, not Russell's. Heavy prints, 2 sets. They'd come up to the cabin and walked around it. Circles. One had even stopped by the window. I felt sick. I didn't know what to do. My first instinct was to run for the car, but I didn't know if someone was watching me. I didn't know if I was already seen. If I made a break for it and they were in the woods, they'd hear me, they'd catch me, and I didn't know what they were capable of. I only knew what I saw. I stayed inside that day. I didn't light the stove. I didn't move much. I kept the flashlight and one of the hatchets from the shed beside me at all times. I kept listening. Every creak of the wood, every rustle outside. Around noon, I heard footsteps again. Soft, careful. Then a knock. Not at the door. On the wall. Just one. Like someone tapping with a finger. I held my breath until the sun went down. That night, I didn't sleep. Around 3 a.m., I saw the beam of a flashlight sweep across the trees behind the outhouse. Just for a second. Then gone. The next morning, I made my move. I put on all my gear, tightened my boots, slung my pack over one shoulder, and kept the hatchet tucked into the loop on my belt. I waited until late morning when the sun was brightest, and then I bolted out the back. Not down the trail, but through the trees in the opposite direction. I figured they'd expect me to take the path to my car. I decided I'd circle wide through the forest and come down behind the parking spot. It would take longer, maybe 2 hours, but I had the daylight. About 20 minutes in, I heard it. Footsteps. Behind me. 2 sets. Fast. I didn't look back. I ran. I lost track of time. I stumbled, hit my knee on a rock, but I kept going. The forest was thick in places, open in others. I tried to move downhill whenever I could. At one point, I slipped and rolled about 10 feet down a mossy slope. I heard shouting, just a burst, too far away to make out the words, but it sounded like they were splitting up. I kept going until I saw the gravel clearing through the trees. My car was still there. I didn't waste time. I ran straight for it, dug the keys out, and slammed the door behind me. The engine turned over on the second try. I didn't even check the mirror. I backed out so fast I nearly hit the tree behind me. I drove those 15 miles down that dirt trail like it was a racetrack, fishtailing in spots, bouncing over ruts. My hands were shaking so bad I almost drove into a ditch. When I finally hit the paved road and saw the ranger station sign, I nearly cried. I pulled in, got out, walked straight inside, and told them everything. 2 officers took statements. I told them about the red tarp, the digging, the wrapped shape. I showed them the binoculars. I described the cabin, the footprints, the tapping, the flashlight. Everything. They told me to stay put. About 2 hours later, they came back. They said they'd sent a team out to the location I described. They found the red tarp, but whatever was there was gone. No bodies, no trailer, just disturbed ground and tire tracks. They said they'd open an investigation. I never heard back from them. I don't know if they looked into it. I don't know who those men were. I never returned to that area. I didn't ask for a refund. I didn't tell anyone else what happened. Not my parents, not my I rented a small cabin up in northern Idaho, not far from the Canadian border. I was burnt out from work, tired of noise, and just wanted silence for a while. I didn't want anyone around me, no phones, no emails, no news. I needed stillness. I booked it for 2 weeks, mid-October. The weather had already started turning cold, and the first snow hadn't hit yet, which made it feel like the in-between season. Too cold for camping, too early for skiing. Perfect for someone who wanted to be left alone. The cabin was about 45 minutes from the nearest town. The drive there was half-dirt road, winding through patches of pine forest and open ridges. When I arrived, the air smelled like dry needles and cold wind. The cabin was older, single floor, and made of dark-stained logs. It had a slanted green roof and a small porch that faced out over a steep drop into a narrow valley below. A propane tank sat off to one side, and there was a metal chimney pipe coming out of the top. Nothing fancy, just the basics. The power was from solar panels, but I was told to expect outages and use the gas lanterns and wood stove when needed. There were no neighbors. I don't mean a few houses down. I mean miles. The rental listing said the nearest structure was a fire tower almost 3 miles west and across a ridge, and that hadn't been staffed in years. Inside, the cabin had 1 bedroom, a living room with a wood stove, a small bathroom with running water from a rain tank and a basic filter system, and a kitchen with a small fridge and a 2-burner stove. No microwave, no TV, no Wi-Fi. That was the point. I brought everything I'd need with me. Canned food, box stuff, some jerky, trail mix, coffee, water filters, firewood. A few books, a journal, a rifle just in case, and a Ruger handgun I kept in a lockbox. I wasn't scared of anything specific. I just knew it was smart to be ready when you're isolated like that, especially where wolves, mountain lions, and black bears still lived. The first 3 days were what I'd hoped for. Quiet, cold, beautiful. I hiked, chopped wood, sat in the sun, listened to the wind move through the trees. I didn't talk, didn't check my phone, didn't even think about work. I slept early and woke up with the light. I cooked simple meals and sipped hot coffee wrapped in a blanket on the porch in the mornings. On the fourth night, things started to shift. It was around 2 a.m. when I woke up. I wasn't sure why at first. My body just came out of sleep suddenly, like something had clicked. I laid there, eyes wide open in the dark. The room was cold, and I could see the faint blue glow from the moonlight slipping in between the wooden slats of the window. Then I heard it, not loud, but real. A sound outside, a single footstep on the porch wood. One step. I didn't move. I listened harder. I held my breath. Nothing else. No wind, no creak, no more steps. I told myself it might have been an animal. A raccoon, maybe, or even a pine cone dropping just right. Old wood made sounds. That was normal. But I got out of bed anyway and walked to the front window in the living room. I didn't turn on a light. I didn't want to ruin my night vision. I just stood behind the curtains and looked out. The porch was empty. I watched for a long time. My hands were cold and my bare feet were starting to ache on the wood floor. But I didn't move. Eventually, I went back to bed. But I didn't sleep well. In the morning, I checked the porch. Nothing there. No prints. Nothing knocked over. I went around the whole cabin. Everything was still. Just wind and dry needles. By noon, I had convinced myself I'd imagined it. Maybe a dream. Maybe I'd actually heard the cabin creak and made it into something in my head. Isolation could play tricks. But I didn't feel as relaxed anymore. The next day, I went for a long hike, hoping to clear my thoughts. I followed a trail that looped behind the cabin and went along the ridge. The views were sharp and wide. Deep valleys to both sides and layered mountains in the distance. The ground was dry but firm. I wore my boots and packed water and my rifle. I didn't plan to hunt, just carry it for safety. I was about 4 miles in when I noticed something odd. Boot prints. Not mine. Someone had been there recently. They weren't hiking boots. They looked like old work boots. Worn tread. Heavy heel. One print had a cut on the edge like the sole was separating. They came from a different direction, off the trail from the east, then crossed the trail and went downhill toward the trees. I followed them for a bit, maybe 30 yards, but they faded in the dry underbrush. I stopped, looked around. There was no one there, not a sound. I stood still for a long while, just listening. Eventually, I turned back, hiked home quicker than I planned. I didn't like how my stomach felt. That tightness, that slight nausea that has nothing to do with food. Something had entered my space. That's how it felt. Not a bear, not a deer, person. That night, I built a fire in the stove and stayed inside. I didn't go to bed right away. I just sat in the armchair with a book open but unread on my lap. I listened. Every little tick of the house made me flinch. At around 11 p.m., I heard a new sound. It was out behind the cabin. A shuffle in the brush. Then the sound of a stick snapping. I didn't move at first. I just turned the lantern down low and grabbed my flashlight. Then I stood up and walked to the back window. Nothing. I opened the window slowly, pushed the beam of the flashlight out into the dark. The woods were thick, even with the trees half bare. Branches swayed slowly in the breeze. I saw nothing, but I felt watched. It wasn't imagination. I know that feeling when it's real. My scalp was tingling. I slept with the handgun on the nightstand. The next morning, I decided I needed to know what I was dealing with. I wasn't going to be run off by some random drifter or lost hunter. But I also wasn't stupid enough to confront anyone directly unless I had to. I hiked out again, back to the ridge, and followed the direction the boot prints had come from the day before. I searched wider this time, slower. After an hour of circling and looking, I found something. A small clearing, about 20 feet across. At the far side, nestled under a rock ledge, Someone had built a crude shelter. Not a tent, not a lean-to, more like a dugout hole covered in pine boughs and plastic sheeting. I stopped moving and just stared. There were cans, some rusted, a bucket, torn fabric, what looked like a sleeping bag, some rope, bits of garbage, shoe prints, boot prints, and some scat nearby, human, not animal. Someone was living there. I didn't go closer. I turned and walked back the way I came, quiet and careful. I wasn't sure if they were there or gone, but I didn't want to find out the hard way. When I got back to the cabin, I locked every window. I checked the door 3 times. I sat on the porch with the rifle across my lap until sunset, then went inside. That night, I didn't sleep at all. At one point, just before dawn, I thought I heard footsteps again. Not on the porch, not close, just somewhere out there, crunching faintly in the brush. I stayed still. When the sun came up, I made coffee with shaking hands. I didn't want to leave yet. I had 4 more days on my rental, but I knew I had to make a decision. I could hike out, call the rental company, and leave, or I could stay and risk something worse. I made a plan. I packed my food into 1 bag. I filled both water containers. I put the pistol on my hip and slung the rifle across my chest. I took the truck keys and put them in my coat pocket. Then I waited. I wanted to see if the person came back during the day. I wanted to catch them on camera. So I set up my old GoPro in the window facing the backside of the cabin, where I'd heard the noises before. It had motion detection. For hours, nothing happened. Then, at around 4:30 p.m., as the sun was getting low, I saw movement at the edge of the trees. A figure, standing half behind a pine trunk, wearing a dark coat, jeans, something bulky on the head, maybe a hood or a hat, just standing, watching. They didn't come closer. They didn't move for maybe 5 minutes. Then they stepped back into the trees and were gone. That was enough. I grabbed the camera, grabbed my bags, and got in the truck. I didn't even lock the cabin behind me. I drove fast, tires spitting gravel. I didn't stop until I hit pavement. When I got to town, I parked outside the sheriff's office and walked in. I told them everything. They asked questions, took notes. I gave them the footage from the GoPro. I showed them the location of the shelter, the tracks, the figure I'd seen. They sent 2 deputies up the next day. They found the shelter, abandoned. They found signs that someone had been there for weeks. No ID, no wallet, but plenty of garbage, a knife, and worn clothes. Whoever it was, they were gone. The cabin owner refunded me for the rest of the stay, apologized, said it had never happened before. I don't know if that's true. I never went back. I still think about it sometimes, especially. I didn't really plan on staying at the cabin that long. It was just supposed to be a break. I had been working too much, barely sleeping, always in front of screens, and I needed to get away. My cousin had a small cabin up north in a pretty isolated part of the woods near a dried-up lake. It wasn't anything fancy. No Wi-Fi, no cell signal, just a wood stove, some old furniture, and enough canned food and firewood to get by for a week or 2. I figured 3 days max would be enough for me to clear my head and get some air. Maybe do some writing or just hike around. That was the plan. I got there late in the afternoon. The sun was already sliding behind the trees when I parked the car at the end of the dirt road and walked the rest of the way in. The air smelled clean and sharp, full of pine and dry leaves. The cabin looked just like I remembered it from years ago. Small, with weather-worn siding and a sagging front porch. The inside was dusty but cozy, with a few cobwebs and the smell of old wood. I put my backpack down, set up my sleeping bag on the couch, and lit the wood stove to knock the chill out of the air. The first night was peaceful. I ate a can of chili, read a paperback by lantern light, and fell asleep early. No noise, no traffic, no buzzing phone. Just the sounds of wind brushing the trees outside and the occasional pop from the fire. I woke up once in the middle of the night because I had to pee, and I remember stepping outside and looking up. The stars were insanely bright, the kind of sky you never see in the city. The next morning, I felt rested. I made coffee with the little percolator on the wood stove, had a granola bar, and decided to hike down the hill toward the old lake bed. It was about a 30-minute walk. I followed a barely visible trail that hadn't been used much. Fallen branches, patches of soft mud, even some deer tracks here and there. When I got to the lake, it was even more dried out than I remembered. The waterline was just a muddy ring now, with cracked earth stretching out where the water used to be. I sat on a flat rock and stayed there for an hour or two, just listening. I didn't see another soul, not even a bird. That should have been the first red flag, but I ignored it. Just figured it was the season or the time of day. I hiked back, made a sandwich, and read some more. I was halfway through the second night when I started hearing noises outside. Nothing clear, just small snaps like twigs breaking. At first I thought it was deer moving through or maybe raccoons, but it kept happening. Not just once or twice, over and over, always around the edges of the clearing where the trees thickened. I stood by the window, peering out, but saw nothing. My flashlight beam only reached so far, and the trees ate up the rest. I told myself it was nothing and went back to the couch. But I didn't sleep well. By the third day, I started feeling uneasy. The noises kept up. Footsteps, but always just out of range. A few times I swore I saw something move through the trees, fast and low, but I could never focus on it. I didn't have binoculars. I told myself it was probably just a fox or some other animal I wasn't used to seeing. But something felt wrong. It wasn't just movement. It was the way the forest felt, dead quiet, like the animals were avoiding the area. That day, I tried hiking out the opposite direction, just to explore. After about 20 minutes, I noticed something strange. A set of footprints in the dirt. Not mine. Not boots either. They looked like bare feet. Human. I stood there staring at them for a long time, heart picking up speed. The prints were fresh, definitely made within the last day. I followed them a few yards before they vanished into the brush. I turned around and walked fast back to the cabin. That night was worse. The sounds were closer. Something moved around the cabin just before midnight. I turned off my lantern and sat in the dark, heart pounding. I could hear it crunching through the dead leaves, slow and deliberate. I didn't move. I just sat there, holding the only thing I had that could be used as a weapon. A rusted hatchet from the woodpile. I thought about yelling but stopped myself. I didn't want to make noise. Whoever or whatever was out there already knew I was inside. The steps circled the cabin twice. Then nothing. Just silence for hours. At dawn, I went outside cautiously. There were marks in the dirt. Smudged prints. Again, barefoot. Too large to be a child, too wide to be an animal. I couldn't tell if it was one person or more than one. I packed my bag that morning, ready to leave. I figured I'd walk back to my car and just drive out. Enough was enough. But the trail back to my car wasn't the same. Branches had been dragged across the path, like someone tried to cover it up. A tree had been knocked down over the route. Not natural either, the cut looked clean like it was done with a saw. I had to detour through thicker brush, and when I got to the spot where I had parked, my car was gone. At first, I thought I had taken a wrong turn. Maybe this wasn't the right place. But I recognized the trees, the curve of the hill, even the rock I had stepped over when I arrived. It was the right place, but the car was gone. I walked in circles, heart thudding, trying to think. I hadn't given anyone the keys. I hadn't left them outside. They were still in my coat pocket. So how the hell could the car be gone? I checked for tire tracks and found them, but they led off in a strange direction, into the woods, not back down the road. I followed the tracks for maybe 15 minutes before they disappeared into thicker trees where no car should have gone. There were broken branches, torn underbrush, but then nothing. The trail just stopped. I stood there for a long time, then turned around and went back to the cabin. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I kept the hatchet next to me and the lantern off. I listened. At some point, something brushed against the front porch. I could hear wood creak, like weight was on it. Then silence. In the morning, I found the front door cracked open. I knew I had locked it. It had a simple latch from the inside, but it was open just slightly, not kicked in, just nudged. Nothing inside was missing or broken, but something had come in, or tried to. I blocked the door with a chair and moved everything heavy in front of the windows. I didn't know what else to do. No signal, no car, miles from help. I kept going over it in my head. Who would do this? Why? The fifth day, I woke up to a pile of stones on the porch. Small rocks, stacked in a tower about a foot high, right in front of the door. I hadn't done it. Nobody had. At least nobody I could see. I knocked it over and threw the rocks into the woods. That night, there were 3 piles. I didn't go outside. On the 6th day, I found something worse. Hanging from a low branch about 10 feet from the cabin was my backpack. Not the whole thing, just the empty shell. All the food, my flashlight, my small first aid kit gone. It was hung with twine, the same kind I had in a drawer inside. I stayed inside for the rest of the day. I didn't eat, just drank water. I sat near the stove and waited. That night, I started hearing a sound I'll never forget. Breathing, not my own, came from outside the wall, near the back of the cabin. Long, deep breaths like someone standing still. I held the hatchet and didn't move. I thought if I stayed quiet, it would go away. Didn't. The breathing moved slowly around the cabin. Not footsteps, just breathing. I waited, frozen, for hours. Finally, just before dawn, it stopped. The next day, I snapped. I ran. I grabbed my coat, my boots, and just ran. I didn't follow a trail. I didn't care where I was going. I just pushed through brush, scratched my arms on thorns, tore my pants on branches. I ran until my legs gave out. When I stopped, I realized I had no idea where I was. I climbed a ridge, hoping to get a view, but all I saw were more trees. I started walking again, slower now, conserving energy. I had no food, barely any water, and no idea which way was safe. I walked for hours. I think I circled at least once. Just before nightfall, I found something. A small hunting shack, half-rotted with one wall missing. It looked abandoned. I crawled inside and hid there for the night. No fire, no light, just sat there and waited. In the middle of the night, I heard footsteps pass by, heavy ones, slow, crunching the leaves just outside the shack. I held my breath, paused once, just feet from me. Then it moved on. The next morning, I moved again. I kept walking until my legs felt like rubber. I started hallucinating. I saw a power line that wasn't there. I heard music that didn't exist. I almost gave up. But sometime that afternoon, I stumbled onto a logging road. Dirt, tire tracks, real signs of people. I followed it. Took hours, but eventually, I saw a truck, parked off to the side. Empty but real. I waited there until someone came. A logger, middle-aged. He looked at me like I was a ghost. I must have looked awful. Dirt, torn clothes, bleeding hands. He drove me to a ranger station. From there, I got help. I filed a report. Started off as something small, a break. I had been working every day without a real pause for almost 8 months straight. I worked in a noisy office, always stuck behind 2 screens, my back hurting, head aching, stomach burning from too much coffee. The city made everything feel worse. Cars always honking, people rushing everywhere. Barely a quiet moment even in my own apartment. I was losing sleep. My eye had started twitching, and I was forgetting things. I couldn't focus. My boss noticed. He didn't yell at me, but the way he looked at me during meetings said enough. I needed time off, so I took a week off. No meetings, no internet, no phones. Just me, alone, with trees and air that didn't stink of exhaust. I found a listing online for a small off-grid cabin. It wasn't fancy, just 1 room and a bathroom. A bed, a small stove, and a wood-burning heater. No TV, no Wi-Fi, no running water. The photos looked peaceful. Trees all around, no neighbors in sight. The road to it was just dirt, and the nearest store was 30 miles away. That was exactly what I wanted. I packed enough food for a week, canned stuff mostly, and filled a big container with drinking water. I brought extra clothes, a sleeping bag, some books, a flashlight, matches, batteries, a basic tool set, a small hatchet, and a power bank just in case I needed my phone for emergencies. But I planned not to touch it. I even turned it off when I got there. The drive took over 5 hours. The last hour was on a narrow dirt road that twisted through thick woods. I didn't see a single house after the last turn, just trees. It was almost evening when I got there. The cabin looked older than the pictures, but still okay. It was made of old, dark wood, probably pine. The windows were small, and the front porch leaned a little to one side. The door creaked when I pushed it open. Inside, it smelled like dry wood and dust, but it wasn't bad. It was quiet. I unloaded everything and set up the sleeping bag on the bed. I opened a can of soup, heated it on the little stove, and ate with my legs stretched out. No emails, no screens. Just trees outside the window and wind brushing through them. Felt good. That night, it got cold fast. I put on layers and lit a fire in the wood stove. The crackling sound helped me sleep. I woke up once or twice during the night to strange little noises outside. Maybe branches snapping, but I told myself it was animals or the wind. The next few days were peaceful. I went for walks in the woods around the cabin. Not too far, just enough to stretch my legs. I found a small stream not far downhill. The water was clean and cold. I sat there for a while, just watching it run over rocks. At night, I read by flashlight or stared into the fire. I kept a small journal, wrote down random thoughts, made notes about birds or trees I saw. My head started to feel clearer. The constant buzzing anxiety was fading. But on the fourth night, something changed. It started with footsteps. At first, I thought it was just my mind playing tricks. I was lying in bed with the fire nearly out, about to fall asleep. Then I heard soft crunching outside the window. Not close, not right up against the cabin, but somewhere just beyond the trees. The kind of sound heavy boots make on dead leaves. It didn't last long, just 3 or 4 steps. Then silence. I waited, lying perfectly still. I told myself it could have been a deer or something, but it had a rhythm, slow and heavy, not like an animal. I sat up and turned on my flashlight. I didn't see anything through the small window, but the glass was fogged, and the beam couldn't reach far through the trees. After 10 minutes of silence, I lay back down and eventually drifted off. The next morning, I went outside to look around. The ground was covered in dry leaves and pine needles. I didn't see any clear footprints, but near the back of the cabin, I noticed a patch of disturbed leaves. Not footprints exactly, but something had moved there recently. I stared at it for a while, trying to decide if I should be concerned. In the end, I shook it off. Probably an animal, maybe a bear. I made a mental note to stay alert. But that night, the footsteps came back. This time, they were closer. It was a bit past midnight when I heard them. Not once, but twice. They circled the cabin. First from the left side, slow steps on the dry leaves. Then silence. Then again from the right, like someone walking carefully, watching their footing. I sat in bed, heart pounding. I had my flashlight and the small hatchet beside me, but neither made me feel better. I waited. No more sounds. I didn't sleep much. In the morning, I checked again. This time, I saw it clearly. Shoe prints. Not big boots, but worn sneakers. The tread was thin, uneven. Someone had walked slowly along the back and sides of the cabin. No prints in front, no knock on the door. Just circling, watching. My first thought was to leave, pack up and go. But the road back was long and I was tired. I told myself maybe it was just a hiker who saw the cabin and got curious. No harm done. But deep down, I knew that wasn't right. This place was too far off. No one just stumbled on it by accident. I didn't go on my usual walk that day. I stayed close, checking my surroundings. I kept the hatchet on me. I found a thick branch and sharpened one end just to feel better. I started locking the cabin door during the day too, not just at night. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat up, fully dressed, flashlight in hand, waiting. Around 2 in the morning, I heard something different. Not footsteps, breathing, very faint, right outside the wall near the bed. I held my breath. The cabin was quiet, the fire down to embers. But I heard it clearly. Someone standing still, breathing through their nose, slow and steady. Not moving, not trying to talk, just there. I didn't look out the window. I didn't move. I just stayed frozen until it stopped. At dawn, I opened the door slowly and looked around. More footprints, this time right up against the wall. And something else. Small scratches on the wood like a key or nail dragged across it. That was it for me. I started packing. I didn't care about the rest of the food or even the books. I just shoved what I could into my bag and loaded the rest in the car. I locked the cabin, turned on my phone, and started the drive back. But the dirt road was muddy from rain during the night. I drove slowly, tires slipping on corners. Half an hour down the road, I saw something that made my stomach twist. A plastic grocery bag hanging from a branch. It was one of mine. I recognized it. The red print, the fold near the handle. I had brought extra bags for trash, and I was sure I left this one inside the cabin. But here it was, hanging from a tree like someone wanted me to see it. I got out, checked the bag. Nothing inside, just a torn corner. I threw it in the back and kept driving. The next 2 hours were quiet. No cars, no people, just trees. I kept checking my mirror, half expecting someone to be following me on foot. But I didn't see anyone. When I got home, I couldn't relax. I double-locked my door, shut all my blinds. I called the owner of the cabin, told him someone was walking around the place at night. He didn't seem surprised. Said it had happened before. Said it was probably just some loner who lived in the woods. Nothing to worry about. He offered me a discount for next time. I never went back. A few days later, I opened the sleeping bag I had used at the cabin to wash it. Inside the rolled-up fabric, I found something that didn't belong. A small slip of paper, folded twice. No words, just a drawing. A stick figure standing in front of a small square house. Another figure, drawn bigger, standing behind it, holding something long. Maybe a stick. Or a knife. I stared at that drawing for a long time. I had no idea how it got there. I had packed the sleeping bag myself. Zipped it up before leaving. No one could have touched it, unless they came in while I was out walking, unless they were already inside the cabin at some point, maybe even hiding, waiting. I threw the paper away, washed everything, and boxed up the rest of the gear. I didn't go outside much after that. The woods, which used to feel peaceful, now made my skin crawl. Weeks passed, then months. I kept checking the news for stories about someone living in the woods near that cabin. Nothing ever showed up. I thought about calling the police, but what would I say? That someone left a weird drawing and walked around my cabin? No crime, no real proof. I still have dreams about it sometimes. Not nightmares exactly, but strange ones. I'll be back in that cabin, hearing slow footsteps outside. I'll try to move, but I can't. I'll wake up in a sweat, heart racing. It's been a year now. I don't hike anymore. I don't even go near the woods. I don't need to. Because sometimes, when it's really late and quiet in my apartment, I swear I hear footsteps outside my window. But I live on the 3rd floor. I decided to spend a week alone in an old wooden cabin deep in the mountains of northern Idaho. It wasn't one of those fancy rental cabins people show off on the internet. It was plain and basic. No internet, no cell signal. No electricity except for a small solar panel connected to a single overhead bulb and a portable battery bank. I had planned this trip for months, hoping to finally get away from the noise, the rush, and the constant pressure that seemed to come with living in the city. The cabin sat near the edge of a slope, surrounded by tall pine trees on all sides, but especially dense toward the back where the forest thickened. It had one room inside with a narrow bed, a small wooden table, 2 folding chairs, and a metal stove with a chimney pipe going through the ceiling. The back wall had one small window, dirty and half-fogged from age. I noticed the glass had a long crack across it, like something had hit it years ago. I made a mental note to stay clear of it if it ever rained hard or the wind picked up. I brought in my supplies, 2 coolers with dry ice and frozen meals, cans of beans and vegetables, a hand crank radio, a couple flashlights, my hunting knife, and a basic first aid kit. I also had a notebook I wanted to fill with thoughts, sketches, and maybe the beginnings of something longer. A book maybe, or just pages to read later and remember this trip. There was no real goal except to disconnect and be alone in the quiet. The first day passed quietly. I walked the area around the cabin. There was a faint path leading down toward a dried-up creek bed. The trees stood like giant guards on both sides, almost blocking out the sky in places. I followed the path for a while, stepping over branches and ducking under low-hanging limbs. There were no animals in sight, but I saw signs: droppings, scratches on tree trunks, overturned logs. Most likely deer, squirrels, and maybe raccoons. That first night was peaceful. I sat outside on the single wooden step as the sun dropped behind the mountains. It got cold quickly. I had a thin jacket over my hoodie and could still feel the chill settling on my skin. The wind moved through the trees with that kind of constant whooshing that almost sounds like water running somewhere in the distance. I didn't see a single light on the horizon. No planes, no headlights, no signs of anyone else. I was completely alone. I went to sleep around 9 p.m., wrapped in a sleeping bag on top of the bed, using my backpack as a pillow. I could hear the stove creak from time to time, the sound of the metal cooling and expanding. Then I fell asleep. The next morning, I noticed something strange. Behind the cabin, near the edge of the forest line where the trees started to get thick, the ground was disturbed. I noticed it while I was brushing my teeth near the water jug I had set outside. The soil there looked darker, looser, like something had been moved. There were no clear footprints, no drag marks, but something about it felt off. I walked over and kicked at the dirt with my boot. It sank easily, like it had been dug up and refilled. I didn't want to overthink it. Maybe it was just an old animal den, or maybe water had eroded the top layer and made it soft. I walked away from it and decided to go for a hike instead. I followed the same path from the day before, going further this time, careful to mark trees with small red ribbons so I wouldn't get lost on the way back. The trail started to climb, and after about a mile, I reached a clearing with a view down into a shallow valley. The place looked untouched. Trees everywhere, rocks with moss, the whole thing silent except for wind and a few birds. When I came back, it was early afternoon. I fixed myself a can of chili, heated it on the stove, and sat by the window while eating. I kept glancing out at that same patch of disturbed earth behind the cabin. It was bugging me. I didn't want it to, but it wasn't big, maybe 3 feet wide, 4 feet long, but the shape was too rectangular to be random. I walked out there again and stood over it. I started poking at the surface with a stick, pushing it deeper each time. The ground gave way too easily. I dropped the stick and walked back inside. I don't know why, but something about it made me uncomfortable. Not afraid, not yet, just uneasy. That night I had trouble falling asleep. It wasn't loud or anything. In fact, it was too quiet. I didn't realize how much background noise I was used to until it was completely gone. The kind of silence where even your heartbeat sounds loud. I stayed still in bed, trying not to move too much. Every time the cabin creaked, I'd lift my head slightly. I kept thinking about that patch of dirt behind the cabin. Around 2 a.m., I heard something that made my skin go cold. It was faint, a single crunch of dead leaves or twigs right outside the cabin. Not near the front door, but out back. I didn't move. I just lay there, eyes wide open, breathing slow and quiet. A minute passed, then another sound, another soft step on dead leaves. I slowly reached for the flashlight and clicked it on, but I didn't get up. I just lay there with the light in my hand, pointing at the ceiling. After about 10 minutes of silence, I convinced myself it was an animal. A deer, maybe, could have wandered too close and stepped on a branch. I stayed awake until almost sunrise, never hearing another sound. By the third day, I was jumpy. Every sound outside caught my attention. I walked around the cabin several times during daylight, just trying to convince myself there was nothing strange going on. But that patch of dirt had changed again. It had been touched. I was sure of it. A small corner of it had collapsed inward. I crouched and looked closely. The dirt had shifted like it had sunk slightly. My chest tightened. I went back inside and sat down, thinking things over. I told myself to be rational. I told myself I didn't see any tracks, no signs of shovels or tools. But I also knew something wasn't right. I was alone. I hadn't seen another person since I left the highway 3 days ago. I took the hunting knife from my bag and kept it on me for the rest of the day. That evening, I boiled a pack of rice, ate in silence, and kept the flashlight close. I left one of the windows slightly open to hear better, something I would regret later. That night, it happened again. This time, it was louder. Not one step, several. Slow ones, from the back of the cabin. I lay still in the dark, holding the knife. I didn't turn the flashlight on this time. I wanted to hear better. There was movement, something brushing against the wall of the cabin. Then silence. I stayed frozen for nearly an hour before I finally sat up. I looked through the back window. I couldn't see anything, just the trees and that soft slope leading into the woods. I stayed awake again until sunrise. This time I was afraid. In the morning, I found something that made my stomach sink. Near that same patch of dirt, there was a long, deep scrape in the soil, like someone had dragged a branch or a stick through it. But the shape wasn't random. It was straight, almost like a tool had been dragged through it. I stared at it for a long time. That afternoon, I packed up all my gear and brought everything inside. I locked the door, pulled the shades, and sat at the table with the knife next to me. The sound of the wind no longer felt peaceful. It felt like it was trying to cover other sounds. I stayed inside all day. I didn't eat. I didn't sleep. That night, I heard it again. But this time, it wasn't in the back. It was around the side. Steps. Then a brief knock. Not on the door, but on the wall. Just one. Like someone tapping with a knuckle or a small rock. I held my breath. Another tap. Then silence again. I stayed there in the dark, holding the knife and the flashlight, trying to convince myself I was imagining it. I wasn't. At some point, I must have fallen asleep. When I woke up, it was morning. Light was pouring through the cracks around the window blinds. I went outside slowly, knife in hand. I walked around the cabin, checking everything. That patch of earth had been dug up. About a third of it had been opened. Fresh, dark soil piled to the side. Not a full hole, just enough to show that someone or something had started digging again. I couldn't take it anymore. I packed my bag and left. I didn't even bother cleaning up. I took the bare essentials, my wallet, keys, flashlight, and knife. I left the food, the cooler, the notebook, everything. I took the marked trail back down the mountain. I didn't stop. I didn't look behind me. I walked until my legs shook, until the trail hit the gravel service road, and then I walked more. Eventually, hours later, I flagged down a logging truck. I didn't tell the driver anything specific. I just said I had gotten spooked by something. He didn't ask. He drove me down the mountain to the ranger station, where I used a phone to call someone to pick me up. A week passed. I couldn't sleep properly. Every creak in my apartment, every passing step in the hallway outside my door, made my body freeze. I didn't tell anyone what really happened until a few months later. I eventually contacted the local sheriff's office in that part of Idaho and told them everything. I gave them coordinates to the cabin, explained what I found, and asked if they could check it out. I didn't expect to hear anything back. It started with a plan to get away from everything. I had been feeling burnt out from work, tired of my phone always buzzing, sick of the same walls in my apartment, and just generally drained. I wanted silence. I wanted space. No emails, no traffic, no people. Just me, nature, and maybe a few books. So I rented a small off-grid cabin in the northern woods of Idaho. It was deep in the trees, nearly 25 miles from the closest town. The owner's online listing said it had no internet, no TV, no phone signal. That was perfect for me. It looked old but well kept. Wooden siding, a metal roof, small porch out front, a stove that ran on propane, and a fireplace for warmth. There was a water tank outside that collected rain, and a small outhouse about 30 feet away. Solar panels powered a few lights inside. That was enough for me. I drove in on a Friday morning, early October, just as the leaves had really started to fall. The gravel road to the cabin took over an hour once I left the paved highway. No other houses, no other signs of life. I didn't even pass another car. That quiet, that isolation, it made me smile. The cabin sat in a clearing surrounded by pine and birch trees. The nearest neighbor, according to the cabin's owner, was about 5 miles south. There was a trail behind the place that looped through the woods, about 2 miles long. I figured I'd use that to go on daily walks. There was also a small fire pit, a woodshed filled with cut logs, and a bear-proof container for food storage. It was more than enough. The first day passed quietly. I brought food for a week: canned stuff, pasta, a big bag of rice, granola, oats. I stacked my books on the small wooden table inside and lit the fireplace around dusk. By 8 p.m., it was pitch black outside, with no light pollution at all. The stars looked fake, almost like a planetarium. I sat there in silence, listening to the occasional crack from the fire, feeling more relaxed than I had in months. That first night, I slept straight through. The second night, I woke up once around 2 a.m. The cabin was completely dark and quiet. I hadn't even heard what woke me. No creak, no sound. Just opened my eyes and felt slightly alert. I lay still and listened. Nothing, just the soft ticking of the metal stove cooling off. I fell back asleep a few minutes later. The next morning, I went for a walk along the trail. It was quiet except for birds. I passed a few fresh deer tracks and found a fallen tree where I sat and ate a granola bar. I kept noticing how peaceful it was. It was like being completely disconnected from the rest of the world. No car sounds, no airplanes, no voices. Just the wind and the trees. That night, the third one, I went to sleep around 10. I had read for a few hours by the small solar light and then shut it off. It had gotten colder, so I had the fireplace going and a thick blanket over me. Again, I woke up around 2:30 a.m., but this time, it was different. I woke up suddenly, like someone had clapped their hands in front of my face. My heart was already beating fast, even before I understood why. Felt like something wasn't right. I stayed still, lying on my side, eyes wide open in the dark. Then I heard it, very faint but definitely there, crunching, like footsteps, outside. It wasn't rhythmic like an animal walking. It wasn't the scurry of a raccoon or the heavy thud of a deer. It was slow, deliberate, step, step, step on the gravel outside. I didn't move. I just listened, holding my breath. The footsteps circled the cabin, moving from the front porch toward the side window. There were 2 small windows in the bedroom and one over the kitchen sink. I had closed the curtains earlier, thankfully. The steps paused, then continued. Whoever it was walked the full perimeter. Then nothing. I lay in that bed, still as a rock, for almost an hour. My eyes never adjusted well to the darkness in the room, and I didn't dare turn on a flashlight. I didn't hear any knocking, no voice, no doors trying to open, just that one walk around the cabin, then silence. I must have fallen asleep sometime after 4 a.m., because when I opened my eyes again, it was already light outside. I sat up slowly and looked out the window. Nothing, just forest and fallen leaves. When I stepped outside, everything looked normal. But in the soft dirt around the back corner of the cabin, near the water tank, I saw them, footprints. Human, big boot prints going around the cabin exactly as I had heard. No animal made those. They weren't mine. I had been inside, sleeping. I checked to see if anything had been touched. The food storage was locked. The woodshed looked fine. My truck, parked out front, hadn't been touched either. I felt unsettled but told myself maybe it was a hiker who had gotten lost. Maybe someone had passed by and thought the cabin was empty. I didn't like the idea of a stranger walking around at night, but I convinced myself it was a one-time thing. That night, I locked the cabin door and put one of the kitchen chairs under the knob just for extra security. I left the fireplace going and tried to sleep. Took hours to finally drift off. At 3:10 a.m., I woke up again. This time, I didn't hear anything right away, but after a few minutes, I heard it again. Footsteps, not coming from the forest, from the gravel right outside the window. The same pace, step, step, pause, step. Then I heard the sound of something touching the wall. A soft scrape like a hand brushing wood. Then the steps again. They went toward the porch. Then I heard a low creak. The porch steps. Someone was walking up onto the porch. I stared at the door, not moving, barely breathing. I had a flashlight under my pillow, but I didn't reach for it. I just listened. The person didn't knock, didn't say anything, just stood there. I could hear them shift their weight, boards creaking under them. Then nothing. They stood there for nearly 10 minutes, then slowly walked back down, then circled the cabin again. I lay awake until morning, heart pounding, stomach in knots. I never heard them leave. I never heard a car or truck drive away, and there were no other cabins or shelters nearby for miles. Whoever it was had either hiked here or was living out in the woods. In daylight, I checked again. This time, there were more boot prints, some on the porch, one close to the side of the cabin, right beneath the bedroom window. Still no damage, nothing stolen, but it was clear someone had been here again. I considered driving back to town, but I told myself I was overreacting. Maybe it was a park ranger. Maybe someone had been hiking the area. I don't know why I stayed. Part of me didn't want to feel like I was running away. I had paid for a week. I had planned this trip for months. That day, I didn't go on my walk. I stayed near the cabin, kept the axe close by, and stacked wood. I didn't read. I didn't eat much. I just kept walking to the windows, listening, watching. That night, I tried sleeping on the couch near the fire instead of the bedroom. I kept the axe nearby and a flashlight beside me. Again, around 3 a.m., I woke up. I wasn't sure if it was a sound or just habit now, but this time I didn't hear anything. I stayed still, listening. 10 minutes passed, then 20. Then I heard something soft. The doorknob, not turning, just touched, like someone was placing their hand on it. Then a quiet sound against the door, not banging, just a single tap, not repeated. My heart started pounding. I sat up and held the axe. Still no sound. I aimed the flashlight at the door, but didn't turn it on. I just stared. After a long while, I heard the steps again. The porch creaked, then gravel, then nothing. I barely slept the rest of the night. The next day, I packed my things. I didn't even eat breakfast. I loaded my truck and locked the cabin one last time. I took photos of the boot prints around the door and porch, not sure why. Maybe I just wanted proof. As I drove down the gravel road, I kept checking my mirrors. Nothing. No people, no cars. Just trees. That was over 8 months ago. I still look at the photos sometimes. Clear boot prints, heavy tread, deep heels in the dirt. I showed them to the cabin owner. He didn't say much, just apologized and said he hadn't heard of anything strange out there. But I know what I heard, and I know it happened more than once. Someone was out there, and they kept coming back. I don't know what they wanted, but I'm glad I left when I did. I still get chills thinking about that doorknob. The way it moved slightly, not turning, not forced, just touched. Like whoever was out there was waiting, listening, knowing I was inside, and not trying to get in, just letting me know they were there. That scares me more than anything. I don't really know why I chose that cabin. Maybe I wanted to prove something to myself. Maybe I thought some quiet time deep in the woods could clear my head. The past few months at work had been a mess. Long hours, meetings, stress, all of it, and I just wanted to be alone. No phones, no emails, no city noise. Just trees, air, and silence. The listing online said the place was secluded and peaceful, and that was true. It didn't mention how far from civilization it actually was. I had to drive nearly 2 hours off the main highway, most of that on a narrow dirt road that seemed like it hadn't been maintained in years. Tall trees grew so close to the sides, the branches sometimes scraped the paint on the car. There were no signs, no cell signal, and only a few small wooden markers to guide me. By the time I finally reached the clearing where the cabin stood, I felt like I had left the entire world behind. The cabin itself was small, just a single level with a wide porch and a roof that sagged slightly in the middle. The wood was gray and weathered. The windows were dirty, the kind of dirty that doesn't come off with one wipe. A small stack of chopped firewood sat off to the side near a rusted axe stuck in a stump. There was a well nearby, covered by a heavy wooden lid. The forest pressed right up to the edges of the clearing, thick and dark even in daylight. Inside the cabin, the air smelled old, like dust and with smoke and something faintly damp. The furniture was simple. A narrow bed in the corner with a thin mattress, a table with 2 chairs, a wood stove, some open shelves with mismatched dishes, a lantern, and a cabinet with dry goods like rice, canned beans, and instant coffee. There was a cooler for perishables, though I'd brought a bunch of stuff that didn't need refrigeration just in case. A battery-powered radio sat on the shelf. I tested it. It only picked up static. The first day passed quietly. I unpacked, walked around the clearing, boiled some water from the well, made coffee, then rice and beans for dinner. I sat on the porch as the sun went down and just listened. No cars, no people, not even any planes in the sky. It was peaceful, but also strange. The silence wasn't just the absence of sound. It felt like the world itself was holding its breath. That night, I had trouble sleeping. The mattress was uncomfortable, but that wasn't the real problem. It was the darkness, the kind of darkness you only get far from cities. No lights, no glow, nothing. Just blackness pressing against the windows. Every creak of the wood, every shift in the wind outside made me more alert. I kept imagining things moving out there, branches snapping, something brushing past the wall. I knew it was just wildlife, deer, raccoons maybe, but knowing didn't help much. I finally drifted off sometime after midnight, and I woke up the next morning with the sun in my eyes. The air was colder than I expected. My breath fogged in the light. I made coffee again, warmed up some beans, then decided to explore the woods a bit more. I'd brought a compass, a whistle, and a small backpack with water, a snack, and a notepad. I stuck to a straight path away from the cabin, marking trees with a small strip of orange tape I'd brought for that reason. The forest was dense, but beautiful in its own way. The trees were tall, the ground soft with pine needles, and here and there were signs of animal activity. Tracks, droppings, nests. After about an hour of walking, I found something strange. It was a low mound in the earth, not quite a hill, but not natural either. About 6 feet long and maybe 2 feet high. The dirt was darker than the surrounding soil, like it had been recently disturbed. There were no plants growing on it, no sticks or leaves, just loose soil. I stood there staring at it for a long time. I didn't want to jump to conclusions, but it looked like something had been buried there. At first, I thought it might be an old trash pit or maybe some Forest Service project. But I didn't see any tools or markers, just the mound. I told myself to leave it alone and go back, but my mind kept returning to it. I walked back to the cabin slowly, stopping often to listen. The forest suddenly felt too quiet. Back at the cabin, I tried to forget about it. I made lunch, read a bit from a paperback I'd brought, then tried chopping some firewood. But the image of the mound wouldn't leave my head. By late afternoon, I gave in and went back, this time with the rusted shovel I found behind the cabin. It was harder to find than I expected. Everything looked the same in the woods, but after maybe 30 minutes of wandering in widening circles, I found the orange tape again and followed it back to the mound. I started digging. The first few inches were just dirt, cold and damp. Then I hit something hard, wood, old, rotting wood. Plank. I cleared more away and found that it was part of a box. My hands were shaking, but I kept going. After maybe an hour, I uncovered what looked like a crude wooden crate, about the size of a large suitcase. The lid wasn't nailed shut. I could see gaps between the boards. I hesitated, then pried it open with the back of the shovel. Inside were bones. They weren't animal bones. They were too long, too human-looking. A ribcage, a skull, arms, legs. They were packed tightly together, like whoever buried them had broken them or stuffed them into the box. The skull had a crack running across the top. The teeth were still in place. One of the hands was missing fingers. I dropped the shovel and staggered back. I didn't throw up, but I almost did. I stood there for what felt like an hour, just staring at the open box of bones. My brain couldn't process it. Who buries a body in the woods like that? And why here? Why so close to an isolated cabin? I covered it back up. Not carefully, not like it had been, but enough to hide it again. I didn't want to see it anymore. Back at the cabin, I locked the door and sat by the window. I kept looking out at the trees. Every time the wind moved the branches, I jumped. I thought about leaving right then, packing up and driving back down the road to town. But the sun was already going down, and the road would be dangerous in the dark. I told myself I'd leave first thing in the morning. That night, I barely slept. Every sound outside made my heart race. I kept imagining someone out there in the woods, watching, not an animal, person, the one who buried that box. When I finally did sleep, I had dreams of dirt and bone and a face with empty eye sockets staring up at me from the earth. I woke up early, made instant coffee, and started packing. I threw everything into my bags without folding it, then grabbed my keys and went outside. But the car wouldn't start. I turned the key again and again, and the engine just clicked. The battery was dead. I opened the hood, checked the connections, nothing looked wrong. I had jumper cables, but no one around to help. No signal either. I cursed myself for not bringing a backup battery pack or a satellite phone. Now I was stuck. I walked back into the cabin and sat down at the table. My hands were shaking again. I didn't want to go back into the woods. I didn't want to be near that box again. But I had no choice. I needed to find help. I packed my backpack with food, water, the compass, the whistle, and some warm clothes. Then I set out on foot, following the dirt road back the way I came. The sun was high by the time I realized I'd taken a wrong turn. The road had forked at some point, and I hadn't noticed. The trees were denser now, the trail narrower. I tried backtracking, but nothing looked familiar. I climbed a small ridge to try and get a view, but all I saw were trees in every direction. I was lost. I yelled, blew the whistle, waited. Nothing. No response, no movement, just stillness. I kept walking. My feet ached. My water bottle was half empty, and the light was starting to fade. I found an old shed just before dark. It was half collapsed, hidden behind a wall of brush. The roof was falling in, and the door hung off one hinge. Inside were rusted tools, old barrels, and something that made my stomach turn. A stained mattress on the ground and a stack of empty food cans. Someone had been living there. Recently, I backed out and kept moving. I didn't find my way back to the cabin until late the next afternoon. I was exhausted, cold, and dehydrated. The place looked smaller than before, almost fragile. I wanted to cry. I stumbled inside, drank water until I was sick, and lay down on the mattress without even taking off my boots. That night, I woke up to footsteps outside. Slow, careful footsteps moving around the cabin. Then they stopped at the window. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I stared at the ceiling and waited. After what felt like an hour, they moved away. The next morning, I found footprints in the dirt. Not mine. Bare feet. Small. Narrow. Like a child's. I packed again. I wasn't going to wait anymore. I took the axe from the stump and started walking. I didn't care about the road or the trail. I just moved in one direction, hoping I'd hit something. Anything. A fence, a town, a ranger station. I walked all day. When the sun began to set, I climbed. I was tired of city life. Everything about it was wearing me down. The noise, the people, the constant rush, the screens always flashing in my face. I felt like I was being drained day by day. I worked long hours at a job I didn't care for, ate microwave dinners most nights, and stared at my ceiling till I fell asleep. I needed a break. Not a weekend off, not some hotel with Wi-Fi and air conditioning. I needed to really get away. Just me, alone somewhere quiet, where I didn't have to hear a single voice or answer a single email. So I started looking online for cabins. Not the fancy resort ones. Real cabins. The kind people forget even exist. I found a listing that seemed perfect. A private old wooden cabin deep in the northern woods, a few hours outside the nearest town. The photos were grainy and looked like they hadn't been updated in years, but that made it better somehow. It had no TV, no internet, and barely a phone signal. That's exactly what I wanted. Just a place to be alone for a week. Clear my head. Reset. I booked it for 6 nights. The price was cheap. Too cheap, really, but I didn't think much about that. The owner sent me basic instructions and told me the key would be hidden under a stone by the front step. I packed a cooler with food, filled up a few water jugs, grabbed a few books, a flashlight, a heavy jacket, and some other essentials. I left early on a Monday morning, before the sun came up. The drive there was peaceful. I took the highway out of the city, then smaller roads, and eventually dirt roads that wound through thick forest. The trees got taller, the air cooler. I passed only a few other vehicles, mostly old trucks. There were long stretches where I didn't see another soul. I started to relax. Eventually, I pulled up to the cabin. It looked even older in person than in the photos. The wood was dark, worn, and some of the boards had cracks. The windows were dusty and had thick frames, probably original. The front door leaned a little, and the steps creaked as I walked up them. I found the key exactly where the owner said it would be, under a flat stone by the porch. Inside, it was simple. One room for the kitchen and living space, and another small room with a bed and a window facing the back. There was a fireplace, an old propane stove, and some mismatched furniture. Everything smelled like old wood and dust. The place hadn't been used much, I could tell. There were a few cupboards with some old canned food, a few tools, and a rusty hatchet by the door. A tiny bathroom had a dry toilet and a water container for washing up. I unpacked, settled in, and made myself a simple meal. I sat on the porch with a sandwich and a can of soda, watching the trees sway in the wind. The woods were deep, and the only sounds were the breeze and the occasional bird. Felt right. I wasn't lonely, not yet. I felt calm, like I could finally breathe without pressure. The first night was uneventful. I read a book by flashlight until I got sleepy, then crawled into bed. The cabin creaked with the wind and shifted slightly as the temperature dropped, but that's normal for old wood structures. I had brought a heavy sleeping bag and stayed warm. I slept through the night. The next day, I spent walking around the area. There was an old trail out back that led downhill into a thick patch of woods. I followed it for a while, staying careful to mark my way with broken twigs and little stacked stones. The air smelled of pine and earth. At one point, I came across a small, dried-up creek bed and some animal tracks. I took some photos with my phone, though I barely had service. By the time I got back to the cabin, the sun was low. I made a fire in the fireplace, cooked a small meal, and sat on the floor staring at the flames for a long time. Felt good. The kind of good that comes when your mind finally goes quiet. No noise, no people, no screens. Just me. That night I had trouble sleeping. Not because of fear, but because something felt different. Like something in the air had shifted. The wind had stopped completely. The woods were quiet. Too quiet. No birds, no rustling, nothing. I lay in bed for hours staring at the ceiling, feeling like I was waiting for something. I kept listening, but heard nothing out of place. Eventually, I must have dozed off. I woke up around 3 a.m. to a sharp sound, a thud. Not loud, but not subtle either. It was like something heavy had landed on the porch. I froze in bed, ears straining. Another thud, then a dragging sound. My chest tightened. It didn't sound like an animal. Animals move quick, and they don't drag things in long, slow pulls like that. I stayed in bed, not moving. I didn't even breathe loud. After a few minutes, the sound stopped. I waited for a long time before finally creeping out of bed, flashlight in hand. I didn't turn it on right away. I moved slowly to the front window and peeked through the curtain. I couldn't see anything. I waited till sunrise before opening the door. There were faint marks on the porch, like scuff marks. Not footprints, just dull streaks like something rough had been pulled across the wood. Couldn't tell what. I checked around the cabin but didn't see anything else. Maybe it was an animal after all. A raccoon dragging something, or a large bird. I tried to convince myself, but it didn't sit right with me. Still, I stayed. I told myself I was overreacting. The city had made me too used to light and people and noise. Out here, the dark felt thicker, and the silence heavier. I reminded myself that I came here to be alone. The next 2 days were calm again. I read more, went on another short hike, even found some old trail markers deeper in the woods. They looked faded, possibly abandoned. I didn't follow them far. Something about them made me uneasy. They pointed toward a part of the forest where the trees grew too close together, and the light never fully touched the ground. On the fourth night, it started again. I was in bed, flashlight off, just laying there with my eyes closed. when I heard a tapping, soft, deliberate, like a single finger knocking gently on wood. I sat up, heart racing. The tapping came again. It was on the window, the back window, the one facing the woods. One tap, then a pause, then another. I waited, then silence. No footsteps, no movement, just that same heavy stillness. I didn't go check. I didn't move from bed. The next morning, I found smudges on the window, like dirty fingerprints. 5 long smears, uneven and oily, trailing down the glass. The kind of marks you might make if your hands were greasy or if you'd been touching sap. I stood there staring at them for a long time. Then I went outside and walked the perimeter. Nothing, no tracks, no sign of anyone. That evening, I locked the door and jammed a chair under the handle. I kept the hatchet beside my bed. I stayed up late with the flashlight on, then finally turned it off when my eyes got heavy. I didn't hear anything that night. The 5th day was overcast. The wind had picked up and it smelled like rain. I didn't go hiking. I stayed near the cabin, stacking wood, checking supplies, trying to keep myself busy. But my nerves were fraying. I started noticing things that didn't feel right. The path I had made with my stacked stones on the first day. Some of them were knocked over. Some were missing completely. The small marks I had left on trees looked scraped off, like someone didn't want me marking the trail. That night, I barely slept. I sat in the corner with the flashlight and hatchet, ears straining. At some point, I did doze off, only to be woken again by a sound I'll never forget. It was the creak of the front step, then another, then a soft dragging sound. I stayed frozen. It sounded like someone walked onto the porch. I could hear breathing, slow and deep. The doorknob rattled just slightly, not forceful, just testing. Then nothing. I stayed like that until the sun came up. When I finally opened the door, there was a dead rabbit on the porch. Its neck was broken, and its body had been placed neatly in front of the door like a gift. I packed my stuff right then. I didn't care if I had one more night left. I wanted to leave. I loaded everything into the car, locked the cabin, and started driving. About 2 miles down the dirt road, I saw something strange. A tree had fallen across the path. A fresh fall. The trunk was thick, and there were no storm winds strong enough the night before to bring it down. It blocked the road completely. I got out, checked the trunk, looked around. Nothing. No sign of anyone. I went to the back of the car to get the hatchet and started trying to clear smaller branches. I worked for maybe 10 minutes before I heard a snap in the woods beside me. Then another, like twigs breaking underfoot. I didn't wait. I got back in the car, reversed for half a mile, then took a different route I had seen on the map. It was rough and unmarked, but eventually it connected back to the main road. I didn't stop driving until I hit the nearest town hours later. I didn't call the police. What would I say? That someone tapped on my window and left a rabbit on my porch? That I heard breathing in the dark? Back home, I tried to forget about it. I went back to work. I stopped going on hikes. I even got rid of the It started off as just another short escape into the quiet. I had been living in the city for too long. Traffic, construction noise, strangers always brushing past my shoulders in crowded subway stations. Late nights filled with screens and sirens. I needed out. I wanted to be alone somewhere still, away from people, away from everything. I had been renting out cabins from a small website that mostly offered no-frills getaways in deep rural spots. No running water, no internet, just a roof and 4 walls tucked into the woods. I picked one that was about a 6-hour drive from where I lived. It wasn't even listed under a proper town, just coordinates and a short description. Off-grid hunting cabin near state border. Sits alone at base of wooded ridge, 3 miles from gravel service road. That sounded perfect to me. I packed everything I thought I'd need: canned food, a small propane stove, water jugs, a flashlight with extra batteries, a folding knife, my backpacking first aid kit, a heavy sleeping bag, and a few changes of clothes. I also brought my small solar-powered charger for emergencies. I had no plans of using my phone, but I'd bring it just in case I got lost or injured. I didn't tell anyone exactly where I was going. I just said I'd be out of town for a few days. I started the drive before sunrise. The first few hours were normal highways and small towns. Then the roads turned to gravel and twisted uphill into thick forest. I passed one other truck parked by a creek about a mile back from where I'd stop. But besides that, nothing. No other signs of people. The road eventually became too rough for my car, so I parked in a narrow pull-off and walked the remaining distance. The path was marked by orange plastic tape tied around a few trees. After about 30 minutes of hiking with my gear, I reached the cabin. It was smaller than I expected. Just one room, built of old dark logs with a dented tin roof. No porch, just two small steps that led to a door hung slightly crooked on rusted hinges. There were no locks on it, just a wooden latch you could slide from inside. There was a narrow window beside the door, maybe big enough for a person to squeeze through, but it had wooden boards nailed across it. Inside, the air smelled of dry wood and dust. It was musty but not foul. A cot sat in the corner with a thin mattress, and a wood stove stood near the far wall with a small pile of chopped wood beside it. There was a rickety table made from mismatched boards and a heavy chair with a cracked leather seat. I set my pack down, unrolled my sleeping bag, and opened the small window at the back to let some air in. That first day was peaceful. I sat outside for a while, watched some birds, wrote in a small journal I brought. I cooked beans and rice on my little stove, then read until the sun went down. No phone, no voices, no news. Just wind in the trees and the sound of dry leaves scuttling across the dirt. That night, I heard something. I had just crawled into my sleeping bag when I heard the crunch of something heavy stepping on dry brush outside. It wasn't an animal scurrying. It was spaced too far apart. It sounded like careful footsteps, like someone trying not to make noise but still breaking twigs underfoot. I stayed perfectly still and held my breath. After about a minute, the sound faded. I didn't go outside to check. I told myself it was just a deer, maybe a bear passing through, but it didn't sit right. Something about the pattern, the pace, it felt wrong. I kept my folding knife beside me under the sleeping bag that night and barely slept. In the morning, I walked a slow circle around the cabin. I looked for tracks. There were a few spots where the leaves looked brushed aside, but I couldn't tell for sure. The ground was dry, and nothing left a clear print. Still, I felt something was off. I don't know how to explain it. The air felt heavier, like I wasn't alone anymore. That day, I went a little further out to collect more firewood and get a better feel of the land. The trees were thick in every direction, and the slope behind the cabin rose steeply into denser forest. I found a creek running downhill about a quarter-mile away and filled up one of my water containers. I sat by it for a while and tried to shake the unease I was feeling. I told myself the silence was just playing tricks on my mind. That city life had made me too jumpy, but I didn't stay out long. When I came back, I noticed something strange right away. The door to the cabin was open. I was sure I'd latched it shut. I stopped dead still about 20 feet away, listening. Nothing inside moved, no sound at all. I waited and watched. Eventually I stepped closer, moving slow, and pushed the door open wider. Inside, nothing looked touched. My bag was still in the corner, the stove untouched, but I was certain I hadn't left the door like that. I told myself again, maybe the wind pushed it open. Maybe I didn't latch it all the way. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat in the chair beside the door, knife in hand, flashlight close, listening. Around midnight, I heard it again. The sound of movement outside. Not close, not right up against the wall, but maybe 30 feet out behind the tree line. A slow step, then another, then silence. I didn't move, didn't breathe loud. At one point, I thought I saw movement, just a shape in the dark between the trees. Could have been anything, but it felt like someone standing there, watching. The next morning, I walked out with the flashlight and checked the area. I still couldn't find anything solid. No footprints, no markings, but something caught my eye further out near the slope. Hanging from a low branch was a piece of cloth. Dark, ripped, caught on a branch like someone brushed past it. It wasn't mine. I started feeling sick to my stomach. I thought about packing up and heading back, but I didn't. I told myself again, maybe a hunter was out there, maybe someone got lost. It was public land after all. That afternoon, I set up a kind of perimeter. I tied a few thin fishing lines around some trees near the back of the cabin with little bottle caps hanging from them. If anything passed through them, I'd hear it. I placed a few sticks vertically around the sidewall to see if they'd get knocked over. I didn't know what else to do. That night, I didn't hear anything for hours. Then, around 3 a.m., the bottles rattled. Just once. Sharp and loud in the silence. Then nothing. I grabbed the flashlight and flicked it on. I shone it through the window slats, sweeping the area. My heart was hammering. My breath fogged up the glass. I didn't see anything. I waited until morning before going out. One of the lines was snapped, bottle cap on the ground. One of the sticks I had propped up was missing entirely. I packed everything. I stuffed my gear into the bag, rolled up my sleeping bag, grabbed everything useful. I was ready to hike back to my car and leave. But before I left, I checked one more time around the back tree line. I found prints. Not boots, not hiking shoes, bare feet. They were faint but definitely there. Long, narrow, toes splayed wide like someone walking slowly and quietly through the leaves. I followed them for maybe 50 feet until they vanished into the slope. I ran back to the cabin, grabbed my pack, and took off down the trail toward the road. I didn't stop to rest. I didn't look back. When I reached my car, I unlocked it so fast I dropped my keys twice. When I finally got in and started it, I looked up and saw something that chilled me worse than anything else. At the start of the trail, right where I had stepped onto it hours earlier, something was tied around the tree. It wasn't there before. It was the same piece of cloth I had seen hanging in the woods. Only this time, it was tied in a knot, hanging like a ribbon. A mark, a sign. I drove out of those woods faster than I ever thought I could. The tires skidded on gravel turns, and I didn't slow down until I was 20 miles out, back near a small general store by the highway. I parked in front of it and sat in the car for almost an hour trying to calm down. My hands were still shaking. I didn't go to the police. What would I even say? That someone might have walked near my cabin? That I heard noises? That I saw shadows? I had no proof, nothing solid. Just fear and instincts. But I never went back to the woods after that. I never booked another off-grid trip. I started locking all my doors again, even in the daytime. I started watching the tree line more often, even from my own backyard, because whoever was out there, they had nothing but time. No electricity, no job, no neighbors to watch them. They moved in silence. They watched. They waited. And when they knew you were alone, they let you know that they were too. They weren't a ghost. They weren't a legend. They were just someone who lived deeper in the woods than anyone else. And they didn't want you there. I had been working straight for the past 7 months. I don't mean light work either. Long days, sometimes weekends, no breaks. It was all project deadlines, updates, client calls, and more deadlines. I think the stress had started to change my sleep. I would wake up even when I had time off. The computer screen glow would stay in my vision even when I closed my eyes. I knew I had to take a break. I didn't want a beach or a city trip. I wanted isolation. No traffic, no lights, no people. I remembered a place my uncle used to take us as kids. It was a cabin in the upper north region, not far from a place called Otter Ridge. The cabin wasn't anything special. No heating system except a fireplace, no phone line, and just a metal roof that shook when the wind came through. But that was exactly what I needed. The place had no official listing or website. It was still owned by someone who knew my uncle, and I had to call in a few favors to get permission. Once it was all set, I took a week off and packed what I needed. Canned food, dry stuff, extra socks, knife, flashlight, maps, matches, basic medical kit, all of it. I made sure to bring an old .22 rifle too. Not that I expected trouble, but you never really know in the woods. The area was known to have coyotes and sometimes black bears. The rifle was more for noise than defense. The drive was long, almost 9 hours straight. The last 2 hours were slow and bumpy, through winding roads with hardly any signage. I had to rely on paper maps and a few old memory points. Eventually, I found the logging road that led up to the cabin. It wasn't marked. just a small dirt path barely wide enough for a pickup truck. Tall grass brushed against the sides of my tires, and the tree line was so close it almost felt like driving through a tunnel. I got there just before sunset. The cabin looked smaller than I remembered. It sat on a slope with thick trees all around and no nearby neighbors. There was a dry well on one side, a fire ring in front, and a wooden deck that had started to rot along the edges. The door creaked as I pushed it open, and dust flew up from the floorboards. Inside was plain. One bed, one table, two chairs. A wood-burning stove in the corner. No electricity. Just old shelves with pans, jars, and some moldy blankets. The place smelled like wood and thyme. I spent the first hour unloading and stacking firewood. Then I swept the inside, wiped down the windows, and set up my sleeping bag on the cot. I had brought 2 large jugs of water and some cleaning wipes. It wasn't luxury, but I didn't want luxury. I wanted quiet. The first night was cold. The fire helped, but it didn't last long. I had to wake up twice to feed more wood into the stove. There were strange sounds outside, branches snapping, light rustling, but nothing unusual for a forest. It actually felt peaceful in a way. I hadn't heard that kind of silence in years. No engines, no voices, no phones. The next day, I hiked down to the lake about 2 miles away. It was frozen over, but I sat on a rock and watched the wind blow across the ice. I didn't see anyone. No tracks, no movement, just woods in every direction. That night, I cooked beans over the fire and read one of the old books I brought. I fell asleep early. Around midnight, I woke up again. This time, it wasn't from the cold. I felt watched. It was a strange feeling, like when you sense something just outside your field of vision. I sat up slowly and listened. Silence, then a creak. Not from the inside, but the deck outside. One long, slow creak, like someone shifting their weight on old wood. I held my breath. Another creak, then nothing. I stayed completely still. I didn't move for 10 minutes. The fire had burned down to just red coals. I picked up the rifle slowly and crept toward the window. I peeked out, but it was too dark to see anything. I convinced myself it was probably a deer or maybe wind. I went back to bed but didn't sleep well. The next morning, I checked outside. The ground was frozen, and the frost made the leaves crunch under my boots. I walked slowly around the cabin. That's when I saw the boot print. It was just one. A single mark in the frost, right on the edge of the deck. Not mine. Mine had a square tread. This one had a long oval heel with cross patterns. Deep too. Someone had stood there, not an animal. I looked around for more, but the frost had melted with the morning sun. Nothing else was visible. I stood there for a long time listening. Nothing. No voices, no cracking branches, just still air. I stayed around the cabin that day. I didn't hike. I didn't leave. I just kept the fire going and kept my ears open. The second night, I barely slept. I kept the rifle next to me and stayed wrapped in the sleeping bag with just my face exposed. I must have drifted off at some point because I woke up again to the sound of the deck creaking. It was fainter this time. One creak, then silence, then 2 close together. Whoever it was, they were walking slower. I stayed in bed. I didn't move. I stared at the ceiling and counted every heartbeat. I didn't hear a door open, and I didn't hear footsteps on the floor inside. But I didn't sleep again that night. When the sun came up, I went outside immediately. I didn't care if anyone saw me. I wanted to know what was going on. I walked around the cabin again. This time I found something new. On the side of the cabin, just below the kitchen window, was a broken branch. Freshly snapped, still green inside. Below it were 2 more footprints. Same type, deep, well-defined, pointing toward the window. I hadn't told anyone I was coming here. I hadn't posted about it online. My phone had been off for 2 days. No GPS, no messages. This place wasn't even on most maps. I didn't want to jump to conclusions, but it was clear now. Someone knew I was here. I packed everything that morning. I loaded the food, water, books, everything back into the truck. I figured I'd drive back down to the nearest town and maybe call it early. It wasn't worth staying if I couldn't even sleep. But when I got to the truck, something was off. The hood was unlatched. Not wide open, just popped slightly. I hadn't touched the engine since I got here. I walked slowly around to the front and lifted it. At first, I didn't see anything wrong. Then I looked closer. The wires to the ignition coil had been cut. Clean cut. Not chewed, not frayed, cut. I stared at them for a long time. My hands started to feel cold even though the sun was out. I looked around the trees, trying to see if anyone was watching me, but the forest looked empty. I took the rifle out and leaned it against the truck, then opened the back and pulled out the small tool bag. I wasn't an expert, but I knew how to twist wires and get a temporary fix. It took about 30 minutes and I got the engine to start. It made a strange clicking sound, but it ran. I kept the truck running and quickly finished loading everything. I was about to get in when I remembered something. I hadn't brought out the matches from inside the cabin. They were in the drawer near the stove. I thought about just leaving them, but then I thought, what if I needed them later? I ran back inside, keeping the door open behind me. I grabbed the box of matches, checked around one last time, then turned to leave. And there it was. Camera, not a phone, a small wildlife camera, hidden behind the curtain rod above the window. It was pointed at the bed. It hadn't been there before. I would have seen it. I cleaned those windows myself on the first day. I stood there frozen. My mouth went dry. Someone had been inside while I was out. Someone had put a camera inside the cabin, aimed at where I slept. I didn't touch it. I backed out slowly and shut the door. I got in the truck and drove without stopping. I didn't look in the mirror. I just kept going. That road felt longer than before. Every turn looked the same. I didn't stop until I got to a gas station near Otter Ridge. When I parked, I went into the station and asked for the nearest police station. I didn't go into details. I just told them someone had tampered with my truck near an old cabin, and I thought I should report it. The officer at the small outpost took my statement. He wrote down the name of the logging road and said he'd send someone out the next day. He didn't sound too concerned. I didn't expect him to be. I gave him the best directions I could and then left. I drove all the way back home that same day. 13 hours without stopping, barely blinking. I kept the rifle next to me the entire way. 2 days later, I got a call. The officer said they checked the cabin. Nobody was there. No camera. No footprints. Nothing. But he did say something else. There was another truck spotted further up the road. Abandoned. No plates. Looked like it had been there a while. It was half covered with branches and a tarp. They were investigating it further. That was the last I heard. I didn't go back. I didn't call them again. I never found out who was out there. But I think about it sometimes, whoever it was, they weren't just watching. They were planning. First the deck, then the window, then the truck, then the camera. They didn't want to hurt me right away. They wanted to watch. I needed a break from everything. The noise, the stress, the city. I'd been working overtime for months and barely had any time to breathe. When I finally got a long weekend off, I decided to go up to an old cabin that my uncle used to own. It was deep in the woods, about 2 hours from the main road. He passed away a few years ago, and no one in the family ever used the place anymore. I had the keys, and I figured it would be the perfect spot to disappear for a few days. No phone signal, no people, no distractions. I left early Friday morning in my pickup truck. I had a cooler packed with food, a bag with clothes, tools, a camping knife, a flashlight, and some other basic stuff. The last gas station was about 45 minutes from the cabin, and after that it was just dirt roads and forest. I didn't think much of it. I'd been there before, but it had been a long time, maybe 7 years. I remembered the cabin being small, a bit run down, but solid. It sat in a clearing about 100 yards off a rarely used trail, with no neighbors for miles. That's what I wanted. When I finally turned onto the narrow road that led into the woods, it was around 11 a.m. The trail had gotten worse than I remembered. Bushes and branches had taken over most of it. I had to drive slowly, tires crunching over sticks and rocks. The farther I went, the darker it got. The trees closed in from both sides. I rolled down the window and breathed in the fresh pine smell. It felt good to be away from the city, from everything. I drove until I saw the small clearing open up in front of me. The cabin was still there, hunched low to the ground, its wood faded and chipped, but standing. I parked a few feet from the steps and killed the engine. It was quiet, the kind of quiet that feels thick like a blanket pressing down on everything. I stepped out, stretched, and looked around. The clearing was overgrown. Grass reached up past my knees. Weeds had taken over the path that led around the cabin. I grabbed my bag, the cooler, and the rest of my gear, then unlocked the door. Creaked open just like I remembered. Dust hung in the air. Cobwebs clung to the corners. The place smelled like old wood and dead air. Inside, there were 2 rooms. The main room had a small kitchen area, a table, and a worn-out couch facing a cold fireplace. The back room had a single bed with a thin mattress. I opened all the windows to let the air in, swept the floor with an old broom, then unpacked. I boiled water on a portable stove and made some coffee while sitting on the porch. I stayed like that for a while, just listening to the woods. It was peaceful. Nothing but wind in the trees and birds calling out. Around 3 in the afternoon, I decided to take a walk. I brought my knife just in case, wore my boots, and headed into the trees behind the cabin. I remembered there was a dried-up creek somewhere back there. It wasn't on any map. You just had to know where it was. I used to play there as a kid when my uncle brought me up. I walked for about 20 minutes, keeping my bearings by using the position of the cabin behind me. That's when I saw the tire tracks. They weren't mine. These were older, slightly filled in with dead leaves and bits of moss, but not old enough to be from years ago. 2 deep grooves cut through the underbrush, curving around trees in a way that told me whoever drove through here had done it more than once. The trail was narrow, and the tracks went deeper into the forest. I stood there for a while just staring at them. They weren't made by an off-road truck like mine. These looked like they came from a heavy-duty vehicle, maybe something with a flatbed. I followed them. I know that sounds stupid now, but I didn't think there was any danger. I thought maybe someone had come up here hunting, or maybe logging illegally. The tracks curved deeper into the woods, over a hill, through thicker brush. I kept going, listening to the crunch of leaves under my boots, feeling the sweat gather on the back of my neck. After maybe 15 minutes, I smelled something strange, chemical-like, almost sweet but sharp at the same time. Not something you'd ever expect in the middle of a forest. My chest felt tight as I got closer to it. Then I found it. At the end of the tire tracks, there was a small open area that had clearly been cleared out by someone. The ground had been leveled. Trees had been cut down and stacked. In the center of the clearing was a long, flat structure, made of wood and sheets of metal, like a shed, but not finished. It looked temporary. There were barrels beside it, blue plastic drums, some of them stained with dark liquid. A thick black hose ran from the shed to one of the drums. The smell hit me hard then. It was chemicals, maybe something industrial. I'd never smelled anything like it. I stood at the edge of the clearing, half hidden behind a tree, and tried to figure out what the hell I was looking at. The place didn't look abandoned. There were footprints in the dirt, fresh ones. A tarp had been thrown over something large behind the shed. Nearby, I saw a few tools, a shovel, a bucket, something that looked like a ventilation fan. Clicked in my head all at once. This looked like some kind of illegal drug lab, probably meth or something worse. My stomach dropped. I was alone, deep in the woods, standing near something I had no business seeing. I backed away slowly, careful not to step on anything loud. I retraced my steps, following the tire tracks until I got back to the cabin. I closed the door, locked it, and stood in the middle of the room, heart pounding. I didn't know if whoever was running that setup was nearby. I hadn't seen anyone, but that didn't mean they weren't watching. I decided I would leave first thing in the morning. The sun was going down anyway, and I didn't want to risk driving the trail in the dark. I pulled the shades down, turned off the lights, and tried to stay quiet. I didn't cook dinner. I didn't move much. I just lay on the bed with my boots still on, listening. At some point during the night, I heard something outside. It started with the sound of a branch snapping, then footsteps in the dry grass. Not animals, they were too slow, too heavy. Someone walked past the cabin, circled around it. I didn't move. I didn't even breathe hard. The footsteps stopped at the porch. My heart felt like it would punch through my chest. I had the knife under my pillow and one hand on the flashlight. Whoever it was didn't knock, didn't say anything. They just stood there. I could hear them breathing through the thin wood walls. They stayed for what felt like 10 minutes. Then the footsteps moved away, slowly, back into the woods. I didn't sleep that night. When the first light came through the windows, I grabbed my bag, packed what I could, and threw everything back in the truck. I didn't eat or clean. I just got in and left. As I drove back out along the dirt trail, I stopped once, near the point where the tracks had started. They were still there, still fresh. I didn't hear anything. No one followed me. I got to the main road around 9 a.m., drove straight to the nearest police station, and told them everything. I gave them the GPS coordinates to the trail, described the barrels, the tarp, the smell, everything. They didn't say much. They just told me not to go back there and that they'd send a unit out to check. A few weeks passed. I never got a call back. I didn't want one. I didn't follow up either. I don't know if they found anything. I don't even know if they took me seriously. But I didn't care. I never went back to that cabin. I told the rest of my family to sell it or burn it down. I didn't want anything to do with it. Whatever I saw out there wasn't a ghost or a monster or some fairy tale nonsense. It was real. Real people doing something they didn't want to be seen doing. And I almost walked right into it. I think the only reason I'm still breathing is because I got out fast and didn't try to play hero. The woods can be peaceful. They can also be dangerous. And sometimes the scariest things hiding out there aren't wild animals or old stories. They're the kind of people who don't want to be found. I had rented a cabin in the mountains of northern Montana for a week, thinking I needed a break from everything. Work, traffic, people, just noise everywhere. My life back in Chicago had gotten too loud. I was tired all the time. I couldn't think clearly. I wasn't sleeping much, barely eating, always glued to my phone or computer, just getting through the day one email or Zoom meeting at a time. I thought the best way to fix it was to get far away from everything. No phone signal, no roads nearby, just trees and air and quiet. I found the cabin online. It wasn't on any of the popular booking sites. Some guy had posted about it on a travel forum. He described it as off-grid, private, completely surrounded by trees. No Wi-Fi, no cell signal. Solar panels for basic electricity. A gas stove, wood for heating. The pictures showed an old one-story cabin with faded red paint, a tin roof, and a wide porch with 2 chairs and a firewood rack. There was no other structure in sight, not even a power line. The guy who rented it out, his name was Martin, only took payments through mailed check. That should have been a red flag, but I didn't care. I wanted quiet. The price was cheap. He sent me the coordinates, a key in the mail, and some printed instructions with driving directions. No GPS, no road signs. I followed a dirt road for about 6 miles through thick trees and dry brush before the road stopped at a rusted gate. Beyond it, the land dipped into a shallow valley where the cabin sat. It was late afternoon when I arrived. The sun was still high, but the trees around the cabin were tall and close, so most of the clearing was in shade. There wasn't a sound, not even birds, just the crunch of gravel under my tires. I turned off the car and stepped out, immediately noticing the difference. The air smelled like pine and dried leaves. It felt cool and clean in my lungs. I could hear my own breathing. I unpacked slowly. I had a few bags of food, 2 coolers, some books, a journal, and a rifle just in case of wildlife. The place didn't have a lock on the door, just an old latch and a bolt. Inside, it was dark and smelled like dry wood. One small window faced west. A cot in the corner with a rough mattress, a table, 2 chairs, and a wood stove with a black pipe going through the roof. A few shelves with pots, canned food, and candles. It was basic but clean. That first night was the best sleep I'd had in months. No trucks honking, no phones buzzing, just the sound of the wind brushing against the tin roof. When I woke up the next morning, the sun had already filled the little window and the room was warm. I had coffee on the stove, read for a few hours, and sat out on the porch listening to the woods. I saw deer in the distance, some squirrels, and once what looked like a fox. Felt perfect. The second night, I thought I heard something outside just after I blew out the candle and got under the blanket. It was soft, like footsteps on leaves, but I brushed it off. Probably a raccoon or a deer, maybe even the wind dropping branches. On the third day, something strange happened. I had gone for a short hike through the trees behind the cabin. Nothing serious, just an hour out and back. I marked the trees with strips of cloth as I walked. When I got back, the firewood on the porch looked different. It wasn't missing, just rearranged. Some of the logs that had been on the bottom were now on the top. I knew I hadn't stacked them like that. I stared at them for a few minutes, trying to figure out if I was just remembering wrong. I even knelt down and looked at the bark. Some pieces had fresh scrape marks, like they'd been dragged across the wood floor. I didn't know what to make of it. Maybe an animal? But why would a raccoon or fox restack logs? It didn't make sense. That night, I left the porch light on. By the fourth day, the quiet was starting to feel different. Not peaceful, just off. I started noticing how certain parts of the woods stayed dark even when the sun was high. I'd stare out from the porch and feel like something in those trees wasn't moving at all. Not even the branches, like a still patch of black that didn't belong. Midday, I walked the perimeter of the clearing. The cabin sat in a shallow dip, and the trees circled around it maybe 40 feet out. As I walked, I spotted a few signs that made me stop. First was a boot print, definitely not mine. Too small, maybe a woman's or a teenager's. Fresh, pressed into the mud near the northwest edge of the clearing. Second was a strip of faded red cloth hanging from a low branch. It was torn at the edge, like it had snagged on something. It didn't belong to anything I had brought. I stood there for a long time, just staring at the ground and the cloth. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had walked right up near the edge of the clearing and stood there watching me. Maybe the night before, maybe that morning. I went back inside and shut the door. That evening, I took the rifle and sat on the porch for hours, just watching the trees. I wasn't scared, not really, not yet, but I couldn't stop thinking about that boot print. The nearest house was supposedly 15 miles away. The road I drove in on was narrow and rough. Nobody would walk out here by accident. Sometime after midnight, I heard the sound again. Soft footsteps, this time closer. I sat up in bed, holding my breath. The rifle was next to me. I listened. Nothing. Then the sound of something brushing against the cabin wall. I could hear the wood creak. I stayed awake the rest of the night, barely moving. The next morning, I found what I was dreading. In the dirt outside the back of the cabin, about 6 feet from the wall, was another boot print. Same size as before, and next to it was something worse. A piece of jerky from my food bag, just lying there, half chewed. I knew I hadn't dropped it. That was the first time I really thought, someone's out there. I started keeping the rifle with me at all times. I loaded it. I also went through the cabin again, checking every inch. Nothing seemed stolen or touched, but the feeling wouldn't go away. It felt like the trees were too close now, like they were pushing in. I started hearing things during the day. Twigs snapping, short bursts of movement, but every time I looked, nothing. I wanted to leave, but I also didn't want to admit defeat. I had told myself I was going to finish the week. I had 3 days left. The next night, things got worse. I had dragged the table in front of the door. I was lying in bed with the rifle across my chest. Around 2 a.m., I heard the steps again. Slower this time, heavier. It wasn't an animal. I could tell now. These were steps. Human ones. They came up to the porch, paused, then moved along the wall toward the back. The wood creaked near the window. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. Then a long, slow drag against the tin wall. Fingernails? A stick? I held the rifle up, pointing at the door, but nothing happened. After maybe 20 minutes, the sound stopped. The next morning, I found fresh scuff marks under the window, and beside the porch steps, another boot print. But this one was different. It was larger and deeper, like whoever made it had been standing there for a long time. There were 2 of them, at least. I packed up everything I could carry into a backpack. I kept the rifle slung over my shoulder and walked the road out for a mile just to check if it was clear. No tracks, no signs of other cars. Just silence. I almost left right then, but I told myself maybe I was overreacting. Maybe it was just locals passing through. Maybe hunters. When I got back, I found something that made my stomach twist. A fresh dead bird. Its wings were ripped open, neck broken. It was lying right on the center of the porch, like someone had placed it there. I stayed inside the rest of the day. Didn't eat, didn't read, just sat at the window with the rifle. At one point, I thought I saw something move between the trees. A shape, person, couldn't tell. Too fast. Gone in an instant. That night, I didn't sleep at all. At around 3 a.m., I heard something louder than before. A heavy step on the porch. Then another. The boards creaked under the weight. Then silence. And then the door latch rattled. Once, twice, a pause. Then a harder shake. I stood up, cocked the rifle, aimed at the door. Nothing. A long moment of silence. Then the sound of something being placed on the porch. A soft clink. When the sun finally came up, I opened the door slowly. Sitting on the porch floor was an old Polaroid photo. Faded. It showed the cabin, but from a distance. From behind the trees. Like someone had taken it while hiding. I packed up and left within the hour. Didn't care about the rest of the food or clothes. I threw my bag in the car and drove as fast as the road would let me. When I got back to town, I called the sheriff's office and told them everything. They said they'd send someone out, but I never heard back. I mailed Martin the key, told him I wouldn't be returning. That was 6 months ago. Since then, I've searched for that cabin online again, but it's gone. No listings, no mentions on the forums. I even tried calling the number Martin. I don't go to that cabin anymore. It's been over 2 years now, and I haven't set foot near it since the last time I was there. I kept it for a while, even paid the taxes on it, but I finally sold it for half the price just to get rid of it. The new owner doesn't know what happened up there, and I never told him. I signed the paperwork and left the keys in the mailbox, and that was it. Sometimes I wonder if he's ever had a bad feeling up there or seen anything that made him think twice about staying the night. I hope not. I really do. I bought that cabin to get away from people. It's up in the mountains about 4 hours from where I live. It's not part of any developed neighborhood or gated community. It's not fancy. It's not near a lake. Just a quiet, basic wooden structure surrounded by forest. There's a gravel road that leads to it, but it doesn't connect to any major routes. You have to turn off a winding highway and take that road for maybe 20 minutes before you reach the property. The cabin has 2 floors. The top floor is smaller than the ground floor. Downstairs has a kitchen, a wood stove, a small bathroom, and one main room where I had a couch and a table. Upstairs was just one room with a bed and a small window that looked out into the trees. There was no TV, no Wi-Fi, and no cell service. I had a radio and an old phone that worked sometimes. I brought books and tools and canned food. I went up there to disconnect and clear my head. I would stay there for 3 to 5 days at a time, depending on the weather and how much I wanted to be alone. I liked splitting wood, sitting outside with coffee, going on long walks through the forest trails, and sleeping in complete silence. That silence was my favorite part. No sirens, no neighbors, no distant traffic. Just wind in the trees and the occasional creaking of the cabin. I had owned the place for about a year when I decided to spend the first week of October up there. I thought it would be a nice time to go, with the weather cooling down and fewer bugs. I had just left a stressful contract job, and I needed the time away. So I loaded up my Jeep, brought plenty of supplies, and drove out early on a Monday morning. I arrived at the cabin just before noon. The gravel road was dry and rough, but I made it without trouble. The trees were already changing colors. Reds, yellows, deep orange. The air smelled different, earthy and cold. I parked next to the cabin, unlocked the front door, and walked inside. It looked exactly the way I left it. Everything was still in place. I kept the place clean and didn't leave any food out when I wasn't there. There were no signs of animals getting inside. No weird smells or broken windows. I opened the small windows to air the place out, then brought in my bags and set them down by the stairs. After settling in, I unpacked some canned food into the kitchen shelves, put my flashlight and batteries in the drawer, set my boots near the door, and made sure the small generator in the back was still working. I only used the generator when I needed to charge something or run a fan. Most of the time, I just used the wood stove for warmth and solar-powered lights. That first day went by quietly. I chopped some kindling, made a fire in the stove, cooked some beans, and sat outside for a while with a blanket around my shoulders. As the sun set, the forest started to dim, and a strong breeze came through the trees. The temperature dropped fast, so I went back inside and closed the windows. I slept upstairs that night, wrapped in 2 layers of blankets. I always slept with the door to the bedroom closed because sometimes the old wood stove would pop loudly at night as the fire died out, and I didn't like hearing it echo through the whole cabin. With the door shut, I could sleep better. I woke up the next morning just after sunrise. The room was chilly, and the trees outside the window were swaying hard. I went downstairs, restarted the fire, and made some instant coffee. As I stood near the small window by the kitchen, I thought I saw movement in the woods out past the tree line. Just a flicker of something in my peripheral vision. I stared at that patch of forest for maybe 5 minutes but didn't see anything else. It's not uncommon to see deer or a fox that far out. I didn't think much of it at the time. After breakfast, I went for a walk. I followed a trail that led east and curved around a hill where the ground sloped downward. There was an old logging road that I used to follow sometimes. The walk took a little over 2 hours round trip. I didn't see another soul the entire time, which was normal. The only thing I saw that gave me pause was a set of fresh boot prints in a patch of damp dirt not far from the trail. They weren't mine. They were deeper, wider, and seemed like they'd been made recently. Maybe a hunter or someone else passing through, I told myself. Still, I looked over my shoulder a few times as I walked. I got back to the cabin just after 11. My boots were muddy, so I left them outside and changed into dry socks. I made another pot of coffee, read for a while, and had some soup for lunch. That evening, something happened that I didn't understand at first. I was sitting at the table, reading by lamplight, when I heard a tapping noise. At first I thought it was something on the roof, maybe pine cones or a squirrel. But the sound was too deliberate. It was a slow, spaced out tap tap tap. It was coming from the small side window next to the kitchen. I froze. I didn't move. I just listened. The tapping stopped. I sat there for maybe 5 minutes without a sound, then got up slowly, picked up my flashlight, and walked to the window. I shined the beam outside. Nothing. I opened the door and stepped outside onto the porch. The cold air hit me hard. I scanned the trees with the flashlight, moving the beam across the branches and the ground. Still nothing. No tracks. No sign of anyone or anything. I went back inside, locked the door, and stayed up for another hour before going to bed. The next morning, I walked out behind the cabin to check the ground under the window. There was a patch of dirt with a few scattered leaves. I bent down and saw something that didn't make sense. It was a small, smooth rock, maybe the size of a lemon, sitting right beneath the window, clean like it had been washed or placed there deliberately. I hadn't noticed it before. I picked it up and turned it over in my hand. No marks, just smooth and cool. I set it on the porch rail and forgot about it for the rest of the day. That evening, around the same time as the night before, I heard the tapping again. 3 taps, then silence. I jumped up and ran to the window, pulled it open, and pointed my flashlight out fast. Nothing. This time I walked outside and circled the cabin. I checked under the window. The rock was gone. I didn't sleep much that night. The next morning, I went back to that spot behind the cabin to look again. No rock, no prints. The ground was dry. I walked a little further back into the woods and stood still, listening. The forest was quiet. That day, I didn't go for my usual walk. I stayed close to the cabin and kept the doors locked. I tried reading again but couldn't concentrate. Every sound from outside made me tense up. Birds, wind, branches creaking. It all put me on edge. Around 4 p.m., I walked upstairs to get something from my bag. I stood near the window in the bedroom and looked out into the woods again. That's when I saw him. Far back, behind the trees, maybe 50 or 60 yards away, was a man. He was standing completely still, partially behind a tree, but I could see enough of him to know it was a person. He was wearing dark clothes, maybe a hoodie or a jacket. I couldn't make out his face, but he wasn't moving. He was just standing there. I didn't move either. I kept watching, waiting to see if he would leave or walk closer. But after maybe 10 minutes, I blinked, and when I opened my eyes again, he was gone. No sound, no footsteps, just gone. I backed away from the window and went downstairs. I locked the doors and checked all the windows. Then I sat in the kitchen and waited for it to get dark. That night, I didn't light a fire. I didn't want to give away my position. I stayed upstairs in bed with a blanket wrapped around me, staring at the ceiling. Every so often I'd get up and look out the window, but I didn't see him again. At some point, I must have fallen asleep. When I woke up, it was morning. I went downstairs and opened the front door. The rock was back. Same rock, same place, sitting right under the window again. I picked it up and threw it into the woods as hard as I could. Then I packed my bags. I wanted to leave, but I had to wait. My Jeep had a slow oil leak, and I needed to top it off before driving out. The extra oil was in a container in the small shed out behind the cabin. I went out to the shed, opened the door, and reached for the oil jug. That's when I saw it. Carved into the inside wall of the shed was a word. Watching. It looked fresh, like it had been scraped into the wood with something sharp. The edges were clean. The letters were big, maybe 6 inches tall each. I didn't carve that. I had never seen it before. I dropped the jug, closed the shed door, and ran back inside. That was enough. I topped off the Jeep and got out of there before noon. As I drove down the gravel road, I kept checking my rearview mirror. Every turn, every corner, I looked back. I never saw anyone, but the feeling didn't leave me until I reached the main road. I don't know what made me choose that cabin. I'd never even heard of the place before I found it on a rental site, buried under listings that looked much more modern. It had a grainy photo of a small wooden cabin surrounded by trees, with a dark, still lake behind it. No fancy angles, no wide drone shots, no carefully staged kitchen photos. Just one old photo and a few short sentences in the description. Quiet and private. Best for people who want no noise, no contact, and no distractions. I liked that. I didn't want to see people. I didn't want noise or reminders of work or life or whatever the hell had been eating me alive for the past few months. I wanted to disappear into something, to just sit in quiet. So I booked it for 2 weeks. The price was low. I had some money saved up, and the idea of nothing, no plans, no responsibilities was too good to pass. Getting there wasn't hard. The cabin was in the northern part of the state, just about an hour's drive past the last small town. The road got thinner as I drove. Asphalt turned to cracked concrete, then gravel, and finally just dirt. It had rained earlier that day, and my tires slipped more than once. I had to keep a slow, steady pace just to keep from getting stuck. When I pulled up to the cabin, there wasn't a driveway, just a worn-down patch of grass and dirt where I parked the car. The cabin looked even older in person. Small and simple, it had faded wooden planks, a low-sloped roof, and one front window that was dirty with what looked like years of pollen and dust. The front door creaked when I opened it. Everything inside smelled like dry wood and stale air. There was a kitchen to the left, just a small counter, a rusty sink, and an old propane stove. No fridge. The listing had mentioned that. A bedroom to the right with one narrow bed that creaked when I pressed on it. In the back was a tiny bathroom with a plastic shower curtain stained with old orange watermarks. The toilet was hooked up to a tank behind the cabin that looked like it had been installed in the 90s and forgotten. Behind the cabin was the lake. I didn't know its name. It didn't show up on my GPS. Just a still, long oval of dark water surrounded by trees and reeds. There were no docks, no boats, no trails or footprints. The trees came right up to the edge like no one had ever cleared them back. It felt like the water hadn't been disturbed in years. There was no reception, which I expected. I told my sister I was going somewhere remote, just in case something happened. She asked for the location. I texted her the GPS pin before I lost signal an hour away from the cabin. I spent the first 2 days doing almost nothing. I made simple food, read an old paperback I'd brought, and watched the trees through the window. I walked around the lake once, which took most of an afternoon. It wasn't huge, but the trees were dense and there were no real paths, so it took time to get through them. The cabin had no insulation. At night, I could hear everything. Branches brushing the roof, wind hissing through the trees, the lake slapping against its muddy edges. It was the kind of quiet that felt too big, like there was space around you that shouldn't be that empty. But I liked it, felt honest. Nothing artificial. No cars, no phones, no talking, just raw time. The strange stuff didn't start until the 4th night. I was lying in bed around midnight. I wasn't sleeping well yet. My mind was still too loud. I kept turning, sweating under the blanket even though the night air was cool. The window in the bedroom faced the lake. I'd left it cracked open a few inches to help with the airflow. That was when I heard it. A sound coming from the lake. Not a splash, not an animal. It was like something dragged across the water. A slow, wet dragging sound, like someone pulling a paddle or a flat piece of wood through the water. Not fast, just a single stroke. Then silence. I sat up in bed. I waited. I listened. Nothing. Just the wind. I told myself it was an animal. Probably a beaver or an otter. Maybe a branch falling into the water. I rolled over and tried to sleep. The next morning, I went to the lake. I walked along the edge near the cabin, looking for anything. Footprints, logs, animal prints. Nothing looked disturbed. The surface of the lake was flat again. I stood there for a while, trying to shake off the weird feeling from the night before. Maybe I'd imagined it. Maybe it had come from deeper in the woods and echoed weird. That can happen, right? That night, I heard it again. This time it was louder. Still just once. One long dragging sound. Wet, slow, like someone rowing something very heavy through the water. I sat up and stared out the window, but the glass was foggy and the moonlight was weak. I couldn't see the water clearly. I thought about going outside, just walking down to the lake and checking it out. But I couldn't move. I don't know why. I wasn't exactly scared. I just felt frozen, like whatever was making that noise didn't want to be seen. Like stepping outside would cross some line I didn't understand yet. I didn't sleep again. Not really. I lay there until the sky started getting light. The 5th day, I tried to distract myself. I hiked deeper into the woods and found a small stream. I tried fishing with a piece of string and a stick. I came back sweaty, scratched up, but calmer. I told myself it had to be a big bird or a deer moving near the water. That night, it happened again. But not just once. 3 times. The same sound, like something heavy being moved across water. The 3rd time, it was closer. I opened the window and leaned toward the screen, trying to hear more. But all I heard after that was stillness. The lake went dead quiet. Even the wind stopped. The 6th day, I noticed something new. I was standing near the back of the cabin, looking at the trees, when I saw a broken branch in one of the thicker patches. It wasn't old. The break was fresh, the wood still pale and wet on the inside. Below it, the ferns were crushed, like something heavy had walked through them. But there were no footprints, no claw marks, no dragging trails, just a broken branch and trampled ferns. I kept looking around, circling the cabin twice. There were no signs of people, no wrappers, no trash, nothing to suggest someone had been through there. I ate dinner early that night, just canned beans and a slice of bread. I sat on the front step for a while, watching the lake. Stayed still. Nothing moved. No fish, no frogs, no birds. I noticed that it was too quiet. I remembered hearing birds the first few days, but now they were gone. I tried to brush it off. Maybe they'd moved on. Maybe they followed warmth. That night, I stayed up. I didn't even try to sleep. I sat in a chair by the window with a flashlight and a kitchen knife. I know how stupid that sounds, but I didn't know what else to do. I didn't have a gun. I didn't have a phone signal. All I had was my ears and my eyes. Around 1 a.m., I heard the sound again. Only this time, it didn't stop after one stroke. Kept going. Drag, pause, drag, pause. Getting closer. It sounded like it was coming toward the shore, toward the cabin. The lake was about 30 yards from the back wall. No trees in the way, just grass and weeds and old dirt. I turned off the flashlight. I stayed still. The dragging stopped. I waited. Then I heard something on the grass. Not walking, just a sound like something wet being pulled slowly across the ground. Not fast, not hard, just steady. Long drags, then short pauses. Couldn't breathe. I felt sweat on my back, cold and wet against the shirt. I didn't move. I didn't even blink. Then it stopped. I don't know how long I sat there. Maybe an hour, maybe more. I never saw anything. I never heard anything after that. But I didn't sleep. The 7th morning, I walked to the lake again. That's when I saw the mark. Near the edge of the water was a line, a wide, shallow groove in the dirt, like something flat and wide had been dragged from the lake onto the land. It wasn't sharp like a claw mark or deep like a tire, just a long, even groove. It went for maybe 20 feet before it disappeared into the grass. I followed it as far as I could, but after a while the grass grew back thick and I lost it. I turned around and went back to the cabin. I was shaking. I had no answers. My brain kept trying to fit it into something rational. An animal, a floating log, a slide of mud, but nothing made sense. Nothing I knew made that kind of track and also moved in the middle of the night with slow, heavy sounds. I wanted to leave, but I'd come in on a dirt road, and it had rained again the night before. I wasn't sure if the car could make it back up the hill without getting stuck. I decided I'd wait until morning, let the sun dry the ground, then leave at first light. That night, I pushed the dresser in front of the door. I blocked the windows with towels. I sat in the corner with my flashlight, the knife in my lap. My heart felt like it was made of wires pulled too tight. Every creak of the cabin made me flinch. Every gust of wind felt like a signal. I wasn't really planning on going anywhere that week. I had work piling up at home and a busted pipe in the laundry room that needed fixing. But something about being surrounded by the same four walls for so many months was making my head feel heavy. I was tired of hearing cars pass the house every few minutes and tired of sleeping at midnight just to wake up and scroll on my phone for another hour. So I booked a small cabin in the middle of nowhere for a 5-day break. No phone, no internet, no distractions. Just woods, silence, and a little stove to cook on. The place I found was cheap. I wasn't looking for anything fancy. It was a one-room cabin about 2 hours away from the nearest town. I found it on a small rental website that mostly had listings from private owners, older folks who had hunting cabins or off-grid shacks they barely used anymore. This one didn't even have a proper name. The description just said, secluded, quiet cabin near hills. No Wi-Fi. Bring your own food and water. I packed light. A sleeping bag, 2 large jugs of water, some cans of soup, beef jerky, oatmeal, instant coffee. A small knife, a flashlight, 2 books, and a pair of binoculars I never used. I also brought a printed map just in case, since there was no reception out there. I left on a Tuesday morning and drove for nearly 3 hours. The road turned from asphalt to gravel, then to dirt. The last stretch was a narrow trail between thick trees, and I had to park the car and walk the last half-mile in with my bag slung over my back. The cabin was small, just like the pictures showed. It had one window at the front, a rusted chimney poking out from the roof, and a porch that tilted to one side like the whole thing was tired. Inside, it smelled like dust and old wood. There was a cot in the corner, a metal stove against the back wall, and shelves with a few rusted pans, an old coffee pot, and a lantern that ran on kerosene. The owner had left a note on the table. If anything breaks, leave a message in the box. Enjoy your stay. I had no intention of touching anything I didn't have to. I spent the first day just settling in. I boiled water on the stove and made coffee that tasted like burnt socks. I read for hours, then walked around the woods nearby. It was cold even though it was summer. The shade from the trees made everything feel damp. I didn't see any animals except a squirrel, but I did see an old trail going up behind the cabin. It looked like it had been used before, but not recently. I didn't follow it far. I didn't want to get lost. I had marked the cabin's location on my map, but the woods around here looked the same in every direction. Gray-brown trees, pine needles underfoot, no real landmarks. The first night, I slept early. There was no electricity. I read by lantern until I felt tired, then curled up in my sleeping bag and shut my eyes. I was just drifting off when I heard something outside. It was light, maybe a footstep. I froze and held my breath. Then I heard it again, like someone walking slowly through the pine needles just beyond the cabin. I reached for my flashlight and pointed it toward the window, but the angle didn't let me see anything. I waited another minute, then opened the door and aimed the beam outside. Nothing, just trees and shadows. I told myself it was probably an animal, maybe a deer. I went back inside, locked the door, and tried to sleep again. But I kept hearing things. Little crunches, soft snapping sounds, like twigs underfoot. I didn't sleep much that night. The next morning, I walked a bit further down the old trail, climbed a small hill, then dropped into a little clearing. There was an old wooden structure there, just a partial frame, really. Looked like someone had started building a second cabin and then stopped halfway. The wood was weathered, and some pieces had fallen over. It didn't feel right being there. There were bits of plastic and metal buried in the dirt, like someone had dumped trash there long ago and never cleaned it up. I didn't stay long. I went back to the cabin and made oatmeal. That afternoon, I found boot prints around the side of the cabin. They weren't mine. I had only worn sneakers since arriving, and these were deep and wide, clearly left by someone in heavy boots. They were close to the wall, too close for comfort, and they circled around toward the back of the cabin, where the small outhouse was. I stood there for a while just staring at them. Then I followed them around the cabin. They vanished into the woods behind the outhouse. The leaves and pine needles had been disturbed in a narrow path. I went back inside, locked the door again, and stayed there the rest of the evening. I kept thinking about how remote this place was. No neighbors, no phone signal. If someone wanted to mess with me out here, they could. And no one would know until I didn't return. That night was worse than the first. I barely slept. Around 2 a.m., I heard something scrape across the window. Just once. A dry scratching sound, like a branch or fingernail dragging across the glass. I jumped up, heart pounding. I didn't look right away. I didn't want to. I waited, holding my breath, flashlight in hand. I listened for footsteps, for anything, but I heard nothing after that. The next morning, I checked the window. There was a mark, thin and straight, just one line across the bottom corner of the glass. It didn't look like a branch had done it. It looked deliberate, like someone had dragged something sharp across it once, slowly. I decided I was going to leave that day. I had planned 5 days, but 2 were enough. I started packing up around noon, but when I went to retrieve my car, I saw that the back tire was flat. Not a small leak, completely flat with a small, sharp piece of metal sticking out of it. It looked like an old nail. I pulled it out and examined it. It had rust on it, like it had been buried in the ground. I didn't remember running over anything. I had been careful on the drive-in. I had a spare tire, but no jack. I never thought I'd need one. My phone still had no signal. I hiked halfway up the dirt road, trying to find a spot with bars, but nothing. The forest seemed heavier somehow, like the trees were leaning in closer than they had before. I kept feeling like something was behind me. I stopped a few times and looked around. Nothing, just stillness. No wind, no birds. I walked back to the cabin, exhausted and sweating. I told myself I'd fix the tire tomorrow. Maybe walk to the highway if I had to. It was far, but doable. I just needed to rest. That evening, I sat on the porch with the binoculars and scanned the woods. I didn't really expect to see anything. I just wanted to feel like I was doing something. That's when I saw him. He was far, maybe 200 yards away, standing between the trees. He wasn't moving, just standing there. I couldn't see his face. He had a jacket on, dark, maybe brown or green, and a cap. He looked like a hunter. I blinked and looked again. He was still there, not moving. I lowered the binoculars and stared at the trees. I couldn't see him without the magnification. I raised them again, gone. He was no longer in the same spot. I scanned left, right, nothing. I went back inside and locked the door. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I kept the lantern on until it ran out. I kept the knife next to me and sat on the cot with my back against the wall. Every time I closed my eyes, I imagined that man walking toward the cabin, slowly, silently, like he belonged in the woods and I didn't, like I was the intruder. Sometime before dawn, I heard footsteps again, not far, right outside. I held my breath and listened. They moved from one side of the cabin to the other, slowly, like whoever it was circling. Then they stopped. Silence. Then a thump. Not loud, just a light knock against the back wall. Then another. I stayed frozen until the sun rose. When it got light, I went outside. I didn't see anyone, but there were boot prints again. Clear ones, deep, right under the back window. That was the final straw. I took my bag, grabbed the tire iron from the trunk, and carried the spare tire with me up the road until I found a dry spot with enough sunlight to see. Took me nearly 3 hours, but I got the flat tire off and put the spare on. I was shaking the whole time, head snapping up at every little sound from the trees. I didn't go back to the cabin. I just got in the car and drove. I kept checking the rearview mirror the whole time, expecting to see someone stepping out onto the road behind me. I didn't stop driving until I hit a gas station near the main highway. I sat there for almost 30 minutes in the car with the engine running before I finally got out and went inside. The guy behind the counter gave me a strange look, probably because I looked like hell. I didn't report anything. What would I say? That someone was walking around in the woods near a cabin? That I heard footsteps and saw boot prints? None of it was illegal. It was just wrong. The kind of thing that sticks with you. I still think about it sometimes, who that man was, why he didn't approach the cabin, why he only watched. I wonder if he lived out there, if he waits for people to rent that place, watches them, maybe follows them back into town. Maybe he's done worse before. I'll never know, but I'll never go back to a cabin alone again. I don't really like talking about what happened at the cabin. It's not the kind of story people expect when you say something scared you out in the woods. Most people assume it was some bear, or a ghost, or a bad storm that left me rattled. They don't understand that the scariest things are the ones that could actually happen, the ones that don't need a fairy tale explanation. What happened to me was real, too real, and no matter how many nights I lie awake thinking about it, I still don't understand what I saw that weekend. I just know it changed me. It started like any other solo trip. I'd been doing weekend escapes to the woods for years. Ever since I moved to the city for work, I've needed an escape every now and then. Something about being out in the middle of nowhere with no traffic, no screens, no noise. It helps me clear my head. So every month or so, I pick a spot, pack my gear, and spend 2 or 3 days completely off the grid. That time, I picked a small old cabin deep in the northern woods. It was a place I'd found listed on a backwoods rental site, barely a blip on the map. The listing said it had no electricity, no running water, and was about a half-mile walk from the closest point you could park. Sounded perfect. I got there on a Friday afternoon, just before dark. The last hour of the drive had been on gravel roads full of potholes and branches. Once I parked, I loaded my backpack with food, a sleeping bag, a flashlight, a small hatchet, and some water. I left everything else in the car. The walk to the cabin was through thick pine trees. I had to follow red-painted markings on a few tree trunks just to stay on the narrow path. The cabin was even more isolated than I imagined. It was tiny, one room, with a rusted metal roof and dark wooden planks for walls. There was a small porch with 2 broken chairs and a locked box where they kept the key. The key was right where the owner said it would be, tucked behind a rock under the porch steps. Inside, it was about as simple as it gets. A single bed frame made of logs, a wood stove in the corner, a small table with 2 chairs, and a shelf with a few old pots and cans. A thick smell of old wood and dry dirt hung in the air, mixed with something faintly musty. It wasn't clean, but it wasn't bad either. Just old and untouched. I set my bag down and opened the shutters on the single window to let in the last bit of light. I didn't bother with anything fancy that night, just boiled some water on the small camping stove I brought and had a freeze-dried meal. I sat on the porch while I ate, listening to the wind moving through the trees. The air smelled like pine and moss. The only sound besides the trees was the occasional call of a bird or the rustle of something small moving through the brush. It got dark quickly after that. Real dark. Out there, with no towns or roads nearby, the night comes heavy. I lit a candle I found on the shelf and set it on the table inside, then rolled out my sleeping bag on the old bed frame and tried to get some sleep. I always sleep lighter when I'm out alone, but that night was especially restless. I kept waking up to little sounds. Twigs cracking, wind tapping the side of the cabin, the faint movement of animals outside. Each time I woke, I'd sit up and listen hard, my heart pounding, but it would just be the forest doing what it does. It wasn't anything unnatural. Not yet. The next morning, I woke up with the first light. I made coffee, ate a protein bar, then decided to hike deeper into the woods. There was a narrow trail behind the cabin, overgrown but still walkable. I followed it for about 2 hours just exploring. Saw some deer tracks, found a small creek, took a few photos of a twisted pine that looked like it had been hit by lightning. By noon, I turned back. I wasn't trying to get lost. The forest was thick in every direction, and I'd marked my way with small bits of cloth tied to branches just in case I needed to follow them back. I made it back to the cabin by early afternoon, ate lunch on the porch again, read a paperback I'd brought, then dozed off in the chair with the sun warming my face. It was peaceful, until I saw him. It was maybe an hour before sunset. The light had started to change, that golden hour where everything looks a little more orange, a little more still. I'd been inside collecting kindling from under the bed and the stove when I glanced out the window, and that's when I saw the man. He was standing about 50 feet from the cabin, in the trees, not on the trail, just in the brush, near a clump of ferns. He wasn't moving, just standing still. He wore an orange jacket, like the kind hunters wear. The rest of him was hard to make out because of the trees, but I could see the bright orange clearly, and something about how still he stood made my stomach drop. I moved to the window quietly and watched. For a long minute, he didn't move at all. I waited to see if maybe he was just a hiker or someone from the area, but he didn't do anything. No wave, no step forward, nothing. Then I blinked, and he was gone. I stared hard at the trees, thinking maybe he'd moved behind one, or maybe I just imagined it. But he was gone. No movement, no sound of walking, nothing, just trees. I told myself it was probably someone passing through, maybe a hunter, maybe someone scouting the area. Still, I locked the cabin door that night, even though it barely had a latch. Sleep didn't come easy. I kept thinking about that orange jacket in the trees. Every creak in the wood, every gust of wind that hit the side of the cabin made me jolt. I lay there in my sleeping bag, staring at the ceiling beams, waiting for the sound of footsteps outside. But none came. The next morning, I went out and looked at the spot where I thought he'd been standing. I checked the ferns, walked around, looked for footprints or anything else. Nothing. The ground was mostly pine needles and moss, and if he'd stepped there, it didn't leave a trace. I didn't find anything. No tracks, no broken twigs, no sign of anyone ever being there. Still, I felt off. I thought about leaving that morning. I even packed up some of my things, but I told myself I was being paranoid. I'd done dozens of solo trips like this before. I'd probably just seen a hiker, someone who had no idea there was a cabin nearby. Maybe he saw me and left without saying anything. Not everyone wants to chat in the woods. By the afternoon, I forced myself to go about things normally. I gathered more wood, read more of my book, and tried to enjoy the quiet. But every now and then, I'd find myself looking out the window toward the trees. That evening, I started a small fire in the ring outside the cabin. I sat in one of the broken porch chairs with a blanket wrapped around me, staring into the flames, trying to enjoy the last night. And then I saw him again, further out this time, just at the edge of the firelight, between two thick tree trunks. Same orange jacket, same stillness. He didn't move, didn't walk, just stood there, I didn't move either. I just stared. My eyes started to water from not blinking. Then, in the time it took me to shift slightly in my chair, he was gone again. No sound, no footsteps, nothing but the crackle of the fire. I stood up slowly and scanned the trees. I couldn't see anything anymore, just black between the branches. That night, I barely slept. I kept the candle lit and the hatchet close. I kept thinking I'd hear someone trying the door or tapping on the wall. But the night passed with only wind and forest sounds. When the sun finally came up, I packed everything fast. I didn't even eat, just stuffed my gear into the backpack, grabbed the rest from the car, locked the cabin, and started the hike back to the vehicle. I kept checking behind me as I walked, heart hammering, but the trail was empty. When I reached the car, I loaded up and started driving out fast, tires skidding on the loose gravel. I didn't relax until I hit paved roads again, until I could see farmhouses and fences and the edges of towns. I didn't report anything. What would I have said? That a man in an orange jacket stood in the woods near my cabin and stared at me? That he vanished without making a sound? But the part that haunts me the most came later. 2 weeks after I got back, I was still thinking about the man. I kept looking at maps of the area online, trying to figure out where he could have come from. One night, I searched for hunting accidents in that region just to see, and I found an article. From 5 years ago, a hunter had been reported missing during deer season. Last seen wearing an orange jacket. He'd been out alone. They searched for days but never found his body. The only thing they did find was his jacket, folded neatly on a stump, miles from where he was last seen. That image stuck in my head. A bright orange jacket folded neatly in the woods, like someone undressed calmly and walked away into the trees. Now, I'm not saying the man I saw was that hunter. I'm not saying anything paranormal happened. I don't believe in that. All I know is that I saw someone out there, twice. He never moved. He never made a sound. And somehow, he was gone each time in the blink of an eye. I haven't gone back to the woods since. Haven't done another solo trip. I still have the gear in my closet, still have the maps and the stove and the pack. But I can't bring myself to use them again. Every time I think about going back, I remember I had rented the cabin just for myself. That week was supposed to be my break from work, people, and city noise. The plan was simple. Drive up north, stay alone in a cabin for 6 days, cook my own food, sleep early, hike a little, maybe do some reading, and then drive back. No phone calls, no social media, no meetings, just quiet. The cabin wasn't in some remote, untraceable forest, at least that's what I thought. It was a small wooden structure near a lake, surrounded by thick woods on 3 sides and a gravel road on the 4th. According to the map, there were other cabins about 2 kilometers away, but mine stood alone, tucked between trees that looked like they had been there for 100 years. I drove up there in my car, a silver Corolla that had served me well. I brought enough food for the whole week: rice, canned beans, dry noodles, eggs, oats, fruits, peanut butter, and some vegetables. I also brought 2 5-liter bottles of water just in case. There was a hand pump near the back of the cabin, and the listing had said the water was drinkable, but I didn't want to take chances. The drive had taken a little over 6 hours. I had left at sunrise and reached the cabin sometime after noon. The final stretch of road was rough, narrow gravel, and full of bumps. The trees on both sides of that road grew thick and tall, almost leaning in, making it feel like I was driving into a tunnel made of leaves and branches. When I arrived, I parked the car on a patch of dirt in front of the cabin. The air was cool, even though it was July. The wind blew softly through the trees, and I could hear the rustling of leaves and distant bird sounds. No cars, no planes, no people, just silence. I unlocked the cabin door and stepped inside. It was basic but clean. Wooden floors, a single bed with white sheets, a small table, a chair, a cabinet, and a shelf full of old books and board games. There was a stove, a small sink with a water tap, and a tiny fridge powered by solar energy. No internet, no TV, no mobile signals. That was exactly what I had wanted. I spent the first evening settling in. I unpacked my stuff, swept the floor, cleaned the stove, and checked the bathroom, which had a compost toilet and a small shower with a tank overhead. I boiled some rice and heated up beans, then sat outside and ate while looking at the woods. I went to bed early. The mattress was thin but not uncomfortable. The sounds outside were natural: branches creaking, leaves moving, and occasionally, what sounded like small animals walking on the dry leaves. I felt calm. The first 2 days went quietly. I hiked a bit around the area, staying close to the cabin. I cooked my meals, read from an old paperback I had brought, and sat near the lake. The lake was cold and still, with muddy banks and tall grass around it. I never went in, just walked near the edge, throwing pebbles in the water, watching ripples spread. It was peaceful, but things started to change on the third night. It was around 9:30 p.m. when I first heard the footsteps. Not animal footsteps. These were different, heavier, more rhythmic. They came from the woods behind the cabin. At first, I thought maybe it was a deer, but the weight and pattern weren't right. I had grown up in a semi-rural area and was used to hearing different kinds of animals at night. This sounded like a person walking on dry leaves, carefully but steadily. I turned off the small lamp I had on and sat still in the bed. I waited. The footsteps came closer, then stopped. Then nothing. No movement, no rustling, just silence again. I stayed awake for another hour, not moving, listening carefully, but I didn't hear anything else that night. The next morning, I checked around the cabin. I looked for prints or marks. The ground was covered in leaves and pine needles, but I did see a spot where the leaves seemed disturbed, like someone had stepped on them and shuffled around. No clear footprint, just an odd patch. I told myself it was probably a raccoon or some animal I wasn't familiar with. Maybe I was being paranoid. I had been alone for a few days. Maybe my brain was just starting to fill the silence with imagination. But that night, the footsteps returned. This time, they didn't stop so quickly. It was just after 10 p.m. I had turned off the lamp and was lying in bed, half asleep, when I heard the sound again. Leaves crunching, slow steps, closer. They came from the back of the cabin again, passed by the window, and moved toward the front. I froze. I didn't look out the window. I didn't want to move or make a sound. I just listened. The steps stopped near the front of the cabin. Then I heard a sound that made my skin go cold. The creaking of the wooden step just outside the front door. That step made a very specific creaking sound whenever I stepped on it. And now someone else had stepped on it. I knew that sound wasn't my imagination. I sat up in bed, heart racing, every sense sharp. I grabbed the small knife I had in my bag. I had brought it just for food prep, but it was the only thing I had that could act as a weapon. I waited. For 5 minutes, nothing happened. No more steps. No knock. No sound at all. I didn't sleep that night. I sat on the bed with the knife in my hand, eyes fixed on the door, waiting for something to happen. But the rest of the night remained silent. In the morning, I went outside and checked again. The wooden step had a fresh boot mark on it. Not a hiking shoe, a heavy boot. The sole pattern was clear, thick lines with a round curve at the heel. I checked the woods near the back. Nothing, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I was scared, but I didn't want to panic. I told myself maybe someone from one of the nearby cabins had walked over for some reason. Maybe they were drunk. Maybe they were lost. But still, why would they come that late at night and stand on my step? I decided to cut my trip short. I began packing my things. But when I got to the car and tried to start it, the engine made a strange clicking sound and wouldn't turn on. I popped the hood and checked the battery connections. They were intact. I tried starting the engine again. Nothing. It didn't make sense. The car had been running perfectly. I hadn't even driven it after I arrived. It had just been sitting there. I checked the fuel. There was still over half a tank left. The headlights worked, the battery wasn't dead, but the engine just refused to turn over. Then I noticed something else. The back left tire was low, very low. I bent down and saw a small puncture near the side. It hadn't been there when I arrived. I had checked everything before leaving the city. My gut told me this wasn't an accident. Someone had done this. I felt that slow wave of panic begin to rise. I was alone, in the middle of the woods with no phone signal, a car that wouldn't start, and someone or something coming near the cabin at night. I forced myself to stay calm. I had food. I had water. If I had to, I could walk to the nearby cabins. It would take an hour or two on foot, but I could do it in the daylight. I locked all the doors and windows and stayed inside the rest of the day. I kept the knife close and avoided making noise. I waited for night. The third night was worse. The steps came again, but this time they didn't just pass by. I heard them move slowly all around the cabin, from the back to the sides to the front, then to the other side. They circled, and this time they stayed close. I heard slow, dragging sounds, like something heavy being pulled across the dirt and leaves, then soft, muffled thuds like tools being dropped. I couldn't see anything through the windows. Whoever it was had stayed just out of view. Then I heard something that made my blood run cold. The sound of scratching, right on the back wall. Slow, steady scratching. Not claws. Something sharper, like metal. I sat in the bed, breathing slow, heart pounding, knife in my hand, waiting for them to try the door or break a window. But they didn't. After what felt like hours, the noises stopped. Just like that. The next morning, I found 3 long scratches carved into the wooden back wall of the cabin. Deep, straight lines, almost surgical. Not random. I didn't wait any longer. I packed my bag, grabbed the knife, and started walking. I didn't take the gravel road. I knew that if someone had done this, they might be watching it. I cut through the woods, heading in the direction I remembered seeing one of the cabins marked on the map. I moved fast, checking over my shoulder constantly. After nearly 2 hours of hiking through trees and uneven ground, I reached a dirt road. About 15 minutes later, I found another cabin. No one was inside, but I kept walking until I found a ranger's cabin. A man was there, and I finally had a signal. I called for a tow truck and told the ranger enough to make him understand I needed help. I didn't go into details. The next day, we went back with the tow truck. The tire had been slashed with a small knife. The engine had been tampered with, wires cut neatly near the ignition. Someone had planned it. The ranger didn't say much, but I saw the way he looked at the scratch marks on the cabin wall. He had probably seen something like this before. He told me, without really saying it, that staying alone out here wasn't always safe. I filed a police report.